This is a beautiful story about how sweet and loving Lord Krishna and Radharani are to always help us all. There was a big war in the sky between the demons and the demigods. When the demigods prayed for help to Lord Vishnu, the demons were defeated. The demons decided to take birth in royal families to rule over Earth. People on Earth were tortured by the demoniac kings. Mother Earth took the form of a cow and asked Lord Brahma for help. Lord Brahma, Mother Earth, and the demigods went to Lord Vishnu for help. Lord Vishnu told them,
I will appear in my original form as Lord Krishna on earth to protect the innocent people and get rid of the demons.
Lord Krishna duplicated himself in his spiritual planet Goloka Vrindavan, and so did Radharani and Lord Balaram. Radharani and Lord Balaram originally are Lord Krishna's internal potency expansion, meaning that they are not different than Lord Krishna. These duplicated forms came on earth, and the original forms continued to stay in the spiritual world.
Lord Krishna defeated many demons during his childhood. Eventually, evil Kamsa was defeated too. After this, the people of Mathura lived very peacefully. There was a sage named Sandipani Muni. He knew that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is why he asked Lord Krishna to recover his son who was killed by Panchajanya. Sandipani Muni had heard about the glories of Lord Krishna, that when Lord Krishna had entered Mathura before defeating Kamsa, Lord Krishna rewarded his great devotees. Lord Krishna rewarded a tailor in Mathura with lots of wealth and happy life on earth, and then Vaikuntha. Lord Krishna was very pleased with the tailors making beautiful outfits for Lord Krishna, Lord Balaram, and their friends. Another devotee, a florist, was rewarded lots of opulence, and Vaikuntha too. Then, a hunchback named Kubja was straight and became very beautiful because Lord Krishna helped her. She also became very happy and rich. When a person prays to Lord Krishna for help, Lord Krishna does. Remembering all this, Sandipani Muni asked Lord Krishna for help. Lord Krishna, along with Lord Balaram, who is an expansion of Lord Krishna, immediately started for the ocean on their chariot. Reaching the beach, they asked the ocean demigod to return Sandipani Muni's son. Demigods are devotees of Lord Krishna in the material world. Due to their great pious activities, the demigods are given high posts. Therefore, the ocean demigod immediately offered Lord Krishna his respectful obeisances with great humility. Lord Krishna said,
Some time back you caused the drowning of Sandipani's son. I order you to return him.
The ocean demigod replied,
The boy was not actually taken by me, but was captured by a demon named Pankajanya. This great demon generally remains deep in the water in the shape of a conch shell. Sandipani's son might be within the belly of the demon, having been devoured by him.
On hearing this, Krishna dove deep into the water and caught hold of the demon Pankajana. He defeated him on the spot, but Sandipani's son was not within his belly. Therefore he took the demon in the shape of a conch shell and returned to his chariot on the beach. From there he started for the residence of Yamaraja, the demigod of death. Accompanied by his brother Balarama, Krishna arrived there and blew on his conch shell. Hearing the vibration, Yamaraja appeared and received Sri Krishna with all respectful obeisances. Yamaraja could understand who Krishna and Balarama were, and therefore he immediately offered his humble service to the Lord. Krishna and Balarama are the super soul living within the heart of every living entity. They are Vishnu himself. As Yamaraja offered his services to the Lord, Sri Krishna asked him to return Sandipani's son.
Considering my ruling as supreme, you should immediately return Sandipani's son.
Yamaraja returned the boy to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Krishna and Balarama brought him to his father.
You have done enough for me. I am now completely satisfied. Thank you so much.
Krishna and Balarama immediately returned home on their chariots. They traveled at great speeds like the wind and made sounds like the crashing of clouds. All the residents of Mathura, who had not seen Krishna and Balarama for a long time, were very pleased to see them again. They felt joyful, like a person who has regained his lost property. Krishna, in his original form, returned with Nanda Maharaja and stayed with the Gopas. gopis and Mother Yasoda and others in Vrindavan. Just like he and Radharani never left Goloka from the spiritual world. Lord Krishna and Balaram, in their extra duplicated form, stayed in Mathura also. Because Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is in each and every atom. At the same time, everything is within Lord Krishna too. Another amazing thing about all of this is that although we are thinking that Lord Krishna is only in Mathura and not in Vrindavan, he is truly in both places. All this is due to his mystic potency. Lord Krishna and his Vrindavan devotees are teaching us how we can think of him in separation even though we are not able to see him with our material eyes. Eventually, as we become purified by doing good deeds like the Vrindavan and Mathura devotees, Arjuna and other great devotees, we will be able to directly see Lord Krishna with our spiritualized eyes. Lord Krishna sent his cousin Odhava from Mathura to Vrindavan to let the residents of Vrindavan know that he is always thinking of them, just like the Vrindavan residents are always thinking of him too. Similarly, when we think of Lord Krishna, he thinks of us. As we offer devotional service with love to Lord Krishna lovingly rewards us accordingly. After sending Adava off to Vrindavan to give his loving message to the Vrindavan devotees, Lord Krishna wanted Akrura to go to Hastinapur. Lord Krishna told Akrura,
I have heard that after the death of King Pandu, his young sons, Yudhishthir, Bhima, Arjuna, Nakul, and Sahadev, along with their widowed mother, have come under the charge of Dhritarashtra, who is to look after them as their guardian. But I have also heard that Dhritarashtra is not only blind from birth, but also blind in his affection for his cruel son, Duryodhana. The 5 Pandavas are the sons of King Pandu, but Dhritarashtra, due to his plans and designs, is not favorably disposed towards the Pandavas. Kindly go there and study how Dhritarashtra is dealing with the Pandavas. On receipt of your report, I shall consider how to favor the Pandavas.
Akrura went to Hastinapur and met his cousin, Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas. Kunti asked Akrura,
Does Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is very affectionate to his devotees, remember my sons? Does Balrama remember us?
Queen Kunti then prayed to Lord Krishna in her mind.
My dear Krishna, you are the supreme mystic, the super soul of the universe. You are the real well-wisher of the whole universe. My dear Govinda, at this time you are far away from me, yet I pray to surrender unto your lotus feet. At the present moment, I am very much grief-stricken with my 5 fatherless sons. I can fully understand that, but for your lotus feet there is no shelter or protection. Your lotus feet can deliver all aggrieved souls because you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One can be safe from the clutches of repeated birth and death by your mercy only. My dear Krishna, you are the Supreme Pure One, the Super Soul and the Master of all yogis. What can I say? I can simply offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Accept me as your fully surrendered devotee.
Although Krishna was not present before her physically, Kunti offered her prayers to him as if she were in his presence face to face. This is possible for anyone following in the footsteps of Kunti. Krishna does not have to be physically present everywhere. He is actually present everywhere by spiritual potency, and one simply has to surrender unto him sincerely. When Kunti was offering her prayers very feelingly to Krishna, she could not check herself and began to cry loudly before Akrura. Vidura was also present, and both Akrura and Vidura became very sympathetic to the mother of the Pandavas. They began to solace her by glorifying her sons, Yudhishthir, Arjuna, and Bhima. They pacified her, saying that her sons were extraordinarily powerful. She should not be perturbed about them, since they were born of great demigods, Yamaraja, Indra, and Vahu. Then, Akrura went to Dhritarashtra. He said to him,
You have unlawfully usurped the throne of the Pandavas. Anyway, somehow or other you are now on the throne. Therefore I beg to advise you to please rule the kingdom on moral and ethical principles. If you do so and try to teach your subjects in that way, then your name and fame will be perpetual. Even if you treat them not as the owners of the throne, but as your subjects, you should impartially think of their welfare as though they were your own sons. But if you do not follow this principle and act in just the opposite way, then you will be unpopular among your subjects, and in the next life you will have to live in a hellish condition. I therefore hope you will treat your sons and the sons of Pandu equally. In this material world, no one can remain as an eternal companion to another. By chance only we assemble together in the family, in the society, in the community, or in the nation, but at the end, because every one of us has to give up the body, we must be separated. One should not, therefore, be unnecessarily affectionate towards bad people. But my dear Dhritarashtra, I beg to advise you not to be blind about the fact of this material existence. Material conditional life, either in distress or in happiness, is to be accepted as a dream. One should try to bring his mind and senses under control and live very peacefully for spiritual advancement in Krishna consciousness.
Then Dhritarashtra said,
My dear Akrura, you are very charitable in giving me good instructions, but unfortunately I cannot accept it. A person who is destined to die does not utilize the effect of nectar, although it may be administered to him. I can understand that your instructions are very valuable. Unfortunately, they do not stay in my flickering mind, just as the glittering lightning in the sky does not stay fixed in a cloud. I can understand only that no one can stop the onward progress of the Supreme Will. I understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, has appeared in the family of the Yadus in order to decrease the overburdened load of this earth.
Akrura could clearly understand that Dhritarashtra was not going to change his policy of discriminating against the Pandavas in favor of his sons. He at once took leave of his friends in Hastinapura and returned to his home in the kingdom of the Yadus. After returning home, he vividly informed Lord Krishna and Balarama of the actual situation in Hastinapura and the intentions of Dhritarashtra. Akrura was sent to Hastinapura by Krishna to study. By the grace of the Lord, he was successful and informed Krishna about the actual situation. After this, the evil father-in-law of Kamsa, Jarasandha, went towards Mathura to attack. Lord Krishna and Balaram became ready to counterattack. There was an evil demoniac king, Jarasandha, who was the father-in-law of Kamsa. Jarasandha prepared 13 military phalanxes in order to retaliate the death of Kamsa. Taking with him all his military strength, he attacked the capital of the Yadu kings, Mathura, surrounding it from all directions. Lord Krishna perceived that the inhabitants of Mathura were overwhelmed with fear. He began to think within himself about the situation of his mission as an incarnation and how to tackle the present situation before him. His mission was to diminish the overburdened population of demons on earth. While Lord Krishna was thinking in that way, 2 military chariots, fully equipped with drivers, weapons, flags, and other implements, arrived for him from outer space. Krishna saw the 2 chariots present before him and immediately addressed his attendant brother, Balarama.
My dear brother, the members of the Yadu dynasty sense great danger before the cruel soldiers of the evil Jarasandha, and they are very much aggrieved. Just to give them protection, your chariot is also here, filled with military weapons. I request you to sit down on your chariot and kill all these evil soldiers, the entire military strength of the enemy. Naturally, both of us have descended on this earth just to annihilate such unnecessary bellicose forces and to give protection to the pious devotees. So we have the opportunity to fulfill our mission. Please let us execute it.
Krishna went upon the chariot on which Dwaraka was the driver, and with a small army, and to the blowing of conch shells, he came out of the city of Mathura. Curiously enough, although the other party was equipped with greater military strength, just after hearing the vibration of Krishna's conch shell, their hearts were shaken. Jarasandha said,
It will be a great dishonor for me to fight with boys like Krishna and Balarama. You, Balarama, if you like, you can fight along with him. And if you have patience, then you can wait to be killed by my arrows. Thus you can be promoted to heaven.
Krishna answered,
My dear King Jarasandha, those who are heroes do not talk much. Rather, they show their prowess. Because you are talking much, it appears that you are assured of your death in this battle. We do not care to hear you anymore, because it is useless to hear the words of a person who is going to die or one who is very distressed.
Krishna began to take his arrows from their case. and one after another he set them on the bowstring and shot them toward the enemy. They were so accurate that the elephants, horses, and infantry soldiers of Jarasandha were quickly killed. The incessant arrows thrown by Krishna appeared as a whirlwind of blazing fire, killing all the military strength of Jarasandha. Lord Balaram began to fight with his club in a great heroic way too. All the evil soldiers of Jarasandha were killed, and Jarasandha was the only one left alive. Certainly, he became very depressed at this point. Sri Balarama immediately arrested him, just as, with great strength, one lion captures another lion. But while Lord Balarama was binding Jarasandha with the rope of Varuna and ordinary ropes also, Lord Krishna, with a greater plan in mind for the future, asked him not to arrest him. Jarasandha was then released by Krishna. Lord Krishna did this so that Jarasandha can bring more armies full of demons only to defeat them every time in order to reduce the burden of demons on earth. As a result of being released, Jarasandha not only besieged the city of Mathura once, but he attacked it 17 times in the same way, equipped with the same number of military phalanxes. Again, Jarasandha was defeated, and all his soldiers were killed by Krishna. Jarasandha had to return disappointed in the same way. Balarama arrested Jarasandha in the same way and again released him in an insulting manner. Jarasandha shamelessly returned home, thus releasing and fighting with Jarasandha his demoniac army 17 times, reduced the earth of so many demons that were killed in the battle. Now, Jarasandha attempted to attack it for the 18th time. Krishna therefore decided to construct a formidable, beautiful fort full of palaces and gardens, a place where no two-legged animal, either man or demon, could enter. He decided to keep the innocent people safe there, so that he would then be free to fight with the enemy. It appears that formerly Dwarka was also part of the kingdom of Mathura, because in the Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that Krishna constructed a fort in the midst of the sea. Remnants of the fort which Krishna constructed are still existing on the Bay of Dwarka. In order to protect the citizens of Mathura, Lord Krishna constructed a very strong wall covering 96 square miles, and the wall itself was within the sea. Furthermore, Lord Krishna empowered Visvakarma, the engineer among the demigods, to execute this construction in the middle of the sea. If huge planets can float in weightlessness in the outer space by the arrangement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, surely the architectural construction of a fort within the sea covering a space of 96 square miles was not a very wonderful act. It is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam that this new, well-constructed city, developed within the sea, had regular planned roads, streets, and lanes. Not only were there well-planned roads, streets, and lanes, but there were well-planned paths and gardens filled with plants known as kalpavrksas, or desire trees. These desire trees are not like the ordinary trees of the material world. The desire trees are found in the spiritual world. By Krishna's supreme will, everything is possible, so such desire trees were planted in the city of Dwarka constructed by Krishna. The city was also filled with many palaces and gopuras, or big gates. These gopuras are still found in some of the larger temples. They are very high and constructed with extreme artistic skill. Such palaces and gates held golden water pots, kalasa. These water pots on the gates or in the palaces are considered to be auspicious signs. Almost all the palaces were skyscrapers. In each and every house there were big pots of gold and silver and grain stocked in underground rooms. And there were many golden water pots within the rooms. The bedrooms were all bedecked with jewels, and the floors were mosaic pavements of Marakata jewels. The Vishnu deity, worshipped by the descendants of Yedu, was installed in each house in the city. In the center of the city, there was another residential quarter made specifically for King Ugrasena. When the demigods saw that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who they worship, Lord Krishna, was constructing a particular city of his own choice, they sent the celebrated Parahata flower of the heavenly planet to be planted in the new city, and they also sent a parliamentary house, Siddharma. The specific quality of this assembly house was that anyone participating in a meeting within it would overcome the influence of invalidity due to old age. The demigod Varuna also presented a horse, which was all white except for black ears, and which could run at the speed of the mind. Kuvera, the treasurer of the demigods, presented the art of attaining the 8 perfectional stages of material opulences. In this way, all the demigods began to present their respective gifts according to their different capacities. There are 33 million demigods, and each of them is entrusted with a particular department of universal management. All the demigods took the opportunity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's constructing a city of his own choice to present their respective gifts, making the city of Dvarka unique within the universe. This proves that there are undoubtedly innumerable demigods, but none of them are independent of Krishna. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna is the Supreme Master, and all others are servants. So all the demigods took the opportunity of rendering service to Krishna when he was personally present within this universe. This example should be followed by all, especially those who are Krishna conscious, for they should serve Krishna by their respective abilities. When the new city was fully constructed according to plan, Krishna transferred all the inhabitants of Mathura and entrusted Sri Balrama as the city father. After this, he consulted with Balrama, and being garlanded with lotus flowers, he came out of the city to meet Kaliyavana, who had already seized Mathura without taking up any weapons. The foolish evil demon, Kaliyavana, did not know that Lord Krishna already had transferred the Mathura citizens to Dwarka. When Krishna came out of the city, Kaliyavana, who had never seen Krishna before, saw him to be extraordinarily beautiful, dressed in yellow garments. Passing through his assembly of soldiers, Krishna appeared like the moon in the sky passing through the assembled clouds. Kaliyavana was fortunate enough to see the lines of Srivatsa, a particular impression on the chest of Sri Krishna, and the Kaustubha jewel which he was wearing. Kaliyavana saw him, however, in his Vishnu form, with a well-built body, with 4 hands, and eyes like newly blooming lotus petals. Krishna appeared blissful, with a handsome forehead and beautiful face, with smiling restless eyes and moving earrings. Before seeing Krishna, Kaliyavana had heard about him from Narad Muni, and now the descriptions of Narada were confirmed. He noticed Krishna's specific marks and the jewels on his chest, his beautiful garland of lotus flowers, his lotus-like eyes, and similar beautiful bodily features. He concluded that this beautiful personality must be Vasudeva because every description of Narada's which he had heard previously was substantiated by the presence of Krishna. Kaliyavana was very much astonished to see that he was passing through without any weapon in his hands and without any chariot. He was simply walking on foot. Kaliyavana had come to fight with Krishna, and yet he had sufficient principles not to take up any kind of weapon. He decided to fight with him hand to hand. Thus he prepared to capture Krishna and fight. Lord Krishna, in his Vishnu form, went in front of demon Kaliyavana without looking at him. Then, Kaliyavana began to follow Lord Krishna with a desire to capture him. But in spite of all his swift running, he could not capture Krishna. Krishna cannot be captured even by the mental speed attained by great yogis. Lord Krishna can be captured only by devotional service, and Kaliyavana was not practiced in devotional service. He wanted to capture Krishna. Since Kaliyavana could not do so, he was following Lord Krishna from behind. Kaliyavana began running very fast, and he was thinking,
"Now I am nearer. I will capture him."
But he could not. Krishna led him far away, and he entered the cave of a hill. Kaliyavana was contaminated by sinful activities and could not approach Krishna. When Krishna entered the cave of the hill, Kaliyavana followed, chastising him with various harsh words. Krishna suddenly disappeared from the demon's sight, but Kaliyavana followed and also entered the cave. The first thing he saw was a man lying down asleep within the cave. Kaliyavana was very anxious to fight with Krishna, and when he could not see Krishna, but saw instead only a man lying down, he thought that Krishna was sleeping within this cave. Therefore, he very strongly kicked the sleeping man, thinking him to be Krishna. The sleeping man had been lying down for a very long time. When he was awakened by the kicking of Kaliyavana, he immediately opened his eyes and began to look around in all directions. At last he began to see Kalyavana, who was standing nearby. This man was untimely awakened and therefore very angry, and when he looked upon Kalyavana in his angry mood, rays of fire emanated from his eyes, and Kalyavana burned into ashes within a moment. The man who was sleeping was King Mukunda. King Mukunda was a very strict follower of the Vedic principles of Brahminical culture.
My dear Lord, I must admit that due to the effulgence of your body, unbearable to my eyes, I cannot see you properly. I can fully realize that by the influence of your effulgence, my powerful potency has been diminished. I can understand that you are quite fit for being worshipped by all living entities.
Lord Krishna began to answer smilingly, as follows.
My dear king, it is practically impossible to tell about my birth, appearance, disappearance, and activities. Perhaps you know that my incarnation Anantadeva has unlimited mouths, and for an unlimited time he has been trying to narrate fully about my name, fame, qualities, activities, appearance, disappearance, and incarnation, but still he has not been able to finish. Therefore, it is not possible to know exactly how many names and forms I possess. It may be possible for a material scientist to estimate the number of atomic particles which make up this earthly planet, but the scientist cannot enumerate my unlimited names, forms, and activities. There are many great sages and saintly persons who are trying to make a list of my different forms and activities, yet they have failed to make a complete list. But since you are so anxious to know about me, I may inform you that presently I have appeared on this planet just to annihilate the demoniac principles of the people in general and to re-establish the religious principles enjoined in the Vedas. I have been invited for this purpose by Brahma, the superintending deity of this universe, and thus I have now appeared in the dynasty of the Yadus as one of their family members. I have specifically taken my birth as the son of Vasudeva in the Yadu dynasty, and people therefore know me as Vasudeva, the son of Vasudeva. You may also know that I have killed Kamsa, who was in a previous life was known as Kalanimi, as well as Pralambasura and many other demons. They have acted as my enemies and have been killed by me. The demon who was present before you also acted as my enemy, and you have very kindly burned him into ashes by glancing over him. My dear King Mukunda, you are my great devotee, and just to show you my causeless mercy, I have appeared in this form. I am very affectionately inclined toward my devotees, and in your previous life, before your present condition, you acted as my great devotee and prayed for my causeless mercy. I have, therefore, come to see you to fulfill your desire. Now you can see me to your heart's content. My dear king, now you can ask from me any benediction that you wish, and I am prepared to fulfill your desire. My dear king, I therefore give you the special benediction that you will always think of me. Thus you will be able to traverse this material world freely without being contaminated by the qualities. My dear king, because you are a Kshatriya, you have committed the offense of slaughtering animals, both in hunting and in political engagements. To become purified, just engage yourself in bhakti yoga practice and always keep your mind absorbed in me. Very soon you will be freed from all reactions to such sordid activities. In your next life you will take your birth as a first-class Vaisnava, the best of Brahmanas, and in that life your only business will be to engage yourself in my transcendental service.
Lord Krishna returned to the vicinity of the city of Mathura. There, he saw the soldiers of Kalyavana waiting for him. He fought with the soldiers of Kalyavana and defeated them. After this, Lord Krishna went back to Dwarka. Meanwhile, Jarasandha again attacked Mathura, this time with bigger divisions of soldiers, numbering 23 Aksahinis. Fortunately, Lord Krishna had already transferred the Mathura residents to Dwarka. Lord Sri Krishna wanted to save Mathura from the 18th attack of the great military divisions of King Jarasandha. In order to prevent further killing of soldiers and to attend to other important business, Lord Krishna left the battlefield without fighting. Although his lotus feet were as soft as the petals of the lotus flower, he proceeded for a very long distance on foot. Even without his militia, however, Lord Krishna alone would have been sufficient to defeat the army of Jarasandha, as he had done 17 times before. Therefore, his leaving the battlefield is an example of his supermost opulence of renunciation. Lord Balaram also went with Lord Krishna. After traversing a very long distance, the brothers pretended to become very tired. To mitigate their weariness, they climbed up a very high mountain several miles above sea level. This mountain was called Pravarsana due to constant rain. The peak was always covered with clouds sent by Indra. Jarasandha tried to find Lord Krishna and Balaram, searching for a long time, but when he failed, he decided to trap and kill them by setting fires around the peak. He therefore surrounded the peak with oil and set it on fire. As the blaze spread more and more, Krishna and Balarama jumped from the top of the mountain down to the ground a distance of 88 miles. Thus, while the peak was burning up, Krishna and Balarama escaped without being seen by Jarasandha. Jarasandha concluded that the two brothers had been burned to ashes and that there was no need of further fighting. Thinking himself successful in his efforts, he left the city of Mathura and returned to his home in the kingdom of Magadha. Krishna and Balarama reached the city of Dwaraka, which was surrounded on all sides by the sea. Following this, Sri Balarama married Revdi, daughter of King Revata, ruler of the Anarta province. The way they got married is amazing. Millions of years ago, on Earth, beautiful Revdi and her father could not find anyone suitable for her to get married. Time period was Satya Yuga. They decided to go to Brahma for help. They waited for Brahma until he was free to talk to them. Brahma told them that during the time they were waiting for them, millions of Earth years passed by. But don't worry, Lord Balaram, who is an expansion and the brother of Lord Krishna, is on Earth to protect the innocent people from demons. I meditate upon Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram descended on Earth from Goloka Vrindavan. Brahma had seen Lord Krishna personally after hiding Lord Krishna's friends. He apologized and praised Lord Krishna. After this, Revdi and her father left Brahma to see Lord Balaram. Revdi and her father see handsome Lord Balaram. She is so happy to see Lord Balaram. Lord Balaram and beautiful Revdi happily get married in Dwarka. Following Lord Balarama's marriage to Revati, Lord Krishna married Rukmini Devi. Radharani is Rukmini Devi. Radharani duplicated herself into Rukmini Devi. Just as Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, Rukmini is the supreme goddess of fortune, Mahalakshmi. According to the authority of Chaitanya Charitamrita, the many duplication expansion of Lord Krishna and Sri Radharani is simultaneous. Krishna multiplies himself into various Vishnu Tattva forms, and Radharani multiplies herself into various Sakti Tattva forms by her internal potency as multi-forms of the goddess of fortune. Now you know that Radharani is Rukmini Devi. The story of Krishna's marriage with Rukmini is described as follows. The king of Vidarbha, Maharaja Bhismika, was a very qualified and devoted king. He had 5 sons and only one daughter, Rukmini. She was beautiful and chaste, and was meant to be married to Lord Krishna. Many saintly persons and sages like Narada Muni and others used to visit the palace of King Bhismika. Naturally, Rukmini had a chance to talk with them, and in this way she obtained information about Krishna. Simply by hearing about him, she desired to become his wife. Of course, she already knew him because she is Radharani. Lord Krishna already knew Rukmini Devi as Radharani too. She was his same Radharani. She was the reservoir of all transcendental qualities, intelligence, liberal-mindedness, exquisite beauty, and righteous behavior. Krishna therefore wanted her as his wife. Lord Krishna and Radharani are originally from Goloka Vrindavan planet. It is the highest planet in the spiritual world. Lord Krishna and Radharani duplicated themselves from Goloka Vrindavan and descended on Earth, which is located in the material world, to help the innocent people. Lord Krishna and Radharani further multiplied themselves. Radharani expanded herself as Rukmini Devi. Because Lord Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, who is situated in every living being's heart, and Radharani is a goddess, it is possible for them to do all this. Later on you will hear further stories where Radharani multiplied into many queens, and Lord Krishna simultaneously multiplied into so many of himself too. This is all due to their greatness and unlimited spiritual powers. All of the family members and relatives of King Bhismika decided that Rukmini should be given in marriage to Krishna. However, her elder brother, Rukmi, despite the desire of the others, arranged for her marriage with Sisupala, a determined enemy of Krishna. When the black-eyed, beautiful Rukmini heard the settlement, she immediately became very morose. However, being a king's daughter, she understood political diplomacy and decided that there was no use in simply being morose. Some steps should be taken immediately. After some deliberation, she decided to send a message to Krishna, and so that she might not be deceived, she selected a qualified Brahmana as her messenger. Such a qualified Brahmana is always truthful and is a devotee of Vishnu. Without delay, the Brahmana was sent to Dwaraka. Reaching the gate of Dwaraka, the Brahmana informed the doorkeeper of his arrival, and the doorkeeper led him to the place where Krishna was sitting on a golden throne. Since the Brahmana had the opportunity of being Rukmini's messenger, he was fortunate enough to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is the original cause of all causes. A Brahmana is the spiritual teacher of all the social divisions. Lord Sri Krishna, in order to teach everyone the Vedic etiquette of how to respect a Brahmana, immediately got up and offered him his throne. When the Brahmana was seated on the golden throne, Lord Sri Krishna began to worship him exactly in the manner in which the demigods worship Krishna. Even though Lord Krishna is God and worshipped by all, he did this to teach us how to respect a saint. In due time, the Brahmana took his bath, accepted his meals, and took to rest on a bedstead completely bedecked with soft silk. As he was resting, Lord Sri Krishna silently approached and, with great respect, put the Brahmana's legs on his lap and began to massage them. In this way, Krishna appeared before the Brahmana and said,
My dear Brahmana, I hope that you are executing the religious principles without any difficulty and that your mind is always in a peaceful condition. O best of all the Brahmanas, you should always remain satisfied, because if a Brahmana is always self-satisfied, he will not deviate from his prescribed duties. And simply by sticking to one's prescribed duties, everyone, especially the Brahmanas, can attain the highest perfection of all desires. Even if a person is as opulent as the king of heaven, Indra, if he is not satisfied, he inevitably has to transmigrate from one planet to another. Such a person can never be happy under any circumstances. But if a person's mind is satisfied, even if he is bereft of his high position, he can be happy living anywhere and everywhere.
I offer my respectful obeisances to the Brahmanas and Vaisnavas, because the Brahmanas are always self-satisfied, and the Vaisnavas are always engaged in actual welfare activities for the human society. They are the best friends of the people in general. Both are free from false egoism and are always in a peaceful condition of mind. If you have no objection, I am giving you permission to speak about your mission.
Thus, being very satisfied by these transcendental pastimes with the Lord, the Brahmana narrated the whole story of his mission to come and see Krishna. He got out the letter which Rukmini had written to Krishna and said, These are the words of Princess Rukmini.
My dear Krishna, O infallible and most beautiful one, any human being who happens to hear about your transcendental form and pastimes immediately absorbs through his ears your name, fame, and qualities. Thus all his material pangs subside, and he fixes your form in his heart. Through such transcendental love for you, he sees you always within himself, and by this process, all his desires become fulfilled. Similarly, I have heard of your transcendental qualities. I may be shameless in expressing myself so directly, but you have captivated me and taken my heart. My dear Krishna, you are the supreme lion among the human beings, the supreme person among persons. Any girl, although not yet out of her home, or any woman who may be of the highest chastity, would desire to marry you, being captivated by your unprecedented character, knowledge, opulence, and position. My dear Lord, I dedicate my life and soul unto your lotus feet. I have accepted your lordship as my selected husband, and I therefore request you to accept me as your wife. You are the supreme power. Now I belong to you. I request you to immediately take care of me before I am taken away by Sishupal and other princes like him. My dear Lord, in my previous life, I may have done public welfare work like digging wells and growing trees, or pious activities such as performing ritualistic ceremonies and sacrifices, and serving the superior spiritual master, the Brahmanas and Vaisnavas. I know that you are very kind toward your devotees. Therefore, I have decided to become eternally devoted to you. If that which is enjoyable for the lion to eat is taken away by the jackal, it will be a ludicrous affair. Therefore, I request you to immediately take care of me before I am taken away by Sishupala and other princes like him.
After explaining Rukmini statement to Krishna, the Brahmana said, Rukmini suggested that it would be easiest for him to kidnap her while she was either going from the palace to the temple, or else while she was returning home.
My dear Krishna, chief of the Yadu dynasty, I have brought this confidential message for you from Rukmini. Now it is placed before you for your consideration. After due deliberation, you can act as you please, but if you want to do something, you must do it immediately. There is not much time left for action.
After hearing Rukmini's statement, Lord Krishna was very pleased. He immediately shook hands with the Brahmana and said,
My dear Brahmana, I am very glad to hear that Rukmini is anxious to marry me, since I am also anxious to get her hand. I can understand that the marriage of Rukmini with Sishupala has been arranged by her elder brother in a spirit of animosity toward me. Just as fire is extracted and utilized after manipulating ordinary wood, similarly, after dealing with these demoniac princes, I shall bring forth Rukmini like fire from their midst. My mind is always absorbed in the thought of Rukmini, and sometimes I cannot sleep at night because I am thinking of her.
Krishna, upon being informed of the specific date of Rukmini's marriage, became anxious to leave immediately. He asked his driver, Daruka, to harness the horses for his chariot and prepare to go to the kingdom of Vidarbha. Krishna helped the Brahmana up and gave him a seat by his side. Immediately they started from Varaka and within one night arrived at the province of Vidarbha. King Bhismika was not very enthusiastic about handing his daughter over to Sishupal, but he was obliged to accept the marriage settlement due to his affectionate attachment for his eldest son, who had negotiated it. As a matter of duty, he was decorating the city for the marriage ceremony and was acting in great earnestness to make it very successful. The beauty of the city was enhanced by the inhabitants, both men and women. Priests and brahmanas were sumptuously fed and, according to ritualistic ceremony, were given sufficient wealth and cows in charity. In this way, they were engaged in chanting Vedic hymns. The king's daughter, Rukmini, was exquisitely beautiful. She was very clean and had beautiful teeth. The auspicious sacred girdle was tied on her wrist. She was given various types of jewelry to put on and long silken cloth to cover the upper and lower parts of her body. Learned priests gave her protection by chanting mantras from the Samaveda, Arji Veda, and Yajur Veda. After this, they chanted mantras from the Atharva Veda and offered oblations in the fire to pacify the ominous conjunctions of different stars. King Bhismika was very experienced in dealing with the brahmanas and priests when such ceremonies were held. He specifically distinguished the brahmanas by giving them large quantities of gold and silver, grains mixed with molasses, and cows decorated with golden ornaments. Sishupal's father gathered his military divisions, known as Madhusravi. He took many elephants, garlanded with golden necklaces, and many chariots and horses which were similarly decorated. It appeared that Damagosa, along with his son and other companions, was going to Kundana, not completely forgetting the marriage, but mainly intent on fighting. When King Bhismika learned that Damagosa and his party were arriving, he left the city to receive them. Outside the city gate there were many gardens where the guests were welcome to stay. The party led by Sishupal's father contained thousands of men, among whom the prominent kings and personalities were Jarasandha, Dantavakra, Viduratha, and Pandraka. It was an open secret that Rukmini was meant to be married to Krishna, but that her elder brother, Rukmi, had arranged her marriage to Sisupala. There was also some whispering going on about a rumor that Rukmini had sent a messenger to Krishna. Therefore, the soldiers suspected that Krishna might come to take Rukmini. Even though they were not without fear, they were all prepared to give Krishna a nice fight in order to prevent the girl from being taken away. Sri Balarama received the news that Krishna had left for Kundana accompanied only by a Brahmana. He also heard that Sisupala was there with a large number of soldiers. Suspecting that they would attack Krishna, Balarama took strong military divisions of chariots, infantry, horses and elephants, and arrived at the precinct of Kundana. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Rukmini was expecting Krishna to arrive, but when neither he nor the Brahmana who took her message appeared, she became full of anxiety and began to think how unfortunate she was.
There is only one night between today and my marriage day, and still neither the Brahmana nor Saimasundara has returned. I cannot ascertain any reason for this.
Just then Rukmini, full of anxiety, saw the Brahmana messenger. Krishna, being the super soul of all living beings, could understand Rukmini's anxiety. Therefore he sent the Brahmana inside the palace to let her know that he had arrived. She smiled and inquired from him whether or not Krishna had already come. The Brahmana replied that the son of the Yadu dynasty, Sri Krishna, had arrived. He further encouraged her by saying that Krishna had promised to carry her away without fail. Rukmini was so elated by the Brahmana's message that she wanted to give him in charity everything she possessed. Anyone who gets the favor of the goddess of fortune, as did this Brahmana, is without a doubt always happy in material opulence. When King Bhismika heard that Krishna and Balarama had come, he invited them to see the marriage ceremony of his daughter. Immediately, he arranged to receive them, along with their soldiers, in a suitable garden house. As was the Vedic custom, the king offered Krishna and Balarama honey and fresh washcloth. He was hospitable not only to Krishna, Balarama, and kings such as Jarasandha, but he also received many other kings and princes according to their respective personal strength, age, and material possessions. Out of curiosity and eagerness, the people of Kundana assembled before Krishna and Balarama and began to drink the nectar of their beauty through their eyes. With great love, they offered them their silent respects. They were very pleased, considering Lord Krishna the suitable match for Rukmini. They prayed to Lord Krishna in their minds that Lord Krishna and Rukmini be united in marriage. In the meantime, Rukmini, being very nicely dressed and protected by bodyguards, came out of the palace to visit her family's temple. As Rukmini proceeded toward the temple, she was very silent and grave. Her mother and her girlfriend were by her side, and the wife of a Brahmana was in the center. Surrounding her were bodyguards. All the princes and visitors who came to Kundana for the marriage were assembled outside the temple to see Rukmini. The princes were especially very eager to see her because they all actually thought that they would have Rukmini as their wife. Struck with wonder upon seeing Rukmini, they thought that she was specially manufactured by the creator to bewilder all the great chivalrous princes. Her beauty was specifically intended to attract the attention of Krishna. Expecting Krishna to take her away at any moment, she proceeded very slowly back towards her home from the temple. The great chivalrous princes who assembled there were so overwhelmed by Rukmini's beauty that they almost fell unconscious off their horses and elephants. Rukmini Devi, however, was not interested in any of them. In her heart, she was simply expecting Krishna to come and carry her away. As she was adjusting the ornaments on her left-hand finger, she happened to look upon the princes and suddenly saw that Krishna was present amongst them. Krishna, not being concerned with the other princes, immediately took the opportunity of placing Rukmini on his chariot, marked by a flag bearing an image of Garuda. Jarasandha, who had many times experienced defeat by Krishna, began to roar.
How is this? Krishna is taking Rukmini away from us without any opposition. What is the use in our being chivalrous fighters with arrows? My dear princes, just look. We are losing our reputation by this action.
The opposing princes were determined to defeat Krishna and recapture Rukmini from his custody, and they fought with him as severely as possible. Rukmini began to look on the face of Krishna, expressing her gratefulness that he had taken such a great risk for her sake only. Her eyes moving, she appeared to be very sorry, and Krishna could immediately understand her mind. He He encouraged her with these words.
My dear Rukmini, don't worry. Please rest assured that the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty will kill all of them, evil opposing demon soldiers without delay.
As Krishna was speaking with Rukmini, the commanders of the Yadu dynasty soldiers, headed by Lord Balrama, not tolerating the defiant attitude of the opposing demon soldiers, defeated them. When the enemy, headed by Jarasandha, found that they were gradually being defeated by the soldiers of Krishna, they thought it unwise to risk losing in the battle for the sake of Sishupal. Sishupal himself should have fought to rescue Rukmini from the hands of Krishna, but when the soldiers saw that Sishupal was not competent enough to fight with Krishna, they decided not to lose their strength unnecessarily. Therefore, they ceased fighting and dispersed. The whole catastrophe of the defeat was due to the envious nature of Rukmini's elder brother, Rukmi. Rukmi still wanted to fight with Lord Krishna, but Lord Krishna defeated him. After this, Lord Krishna and Rukmini along with Lord Balaram reached Dwarka, where there was a great wedding celebration. Rukmini Devi's family, Pandavas, other friendly kings, and the Dwarka citizens enjoyed, with great jubilation, gorgeous wedding. Lord Krishna and Rukmini Devi had begotten a son named Pradyumna. Baby Pradyumna, in his previous life, was Cupid named Kama, demigod that can cause someone to fall in love. Pradyumna was formerly burned to ashes by the anger of Lord Shiva. There was a demon of the name Sambara who was destined to be killed by this Pradyumna. The Sambara demon knew of his destiny, and as soon as he learned that Pradyumna was born, he took the shape of a woman and kidnapped the baby from the maternity home less than 10 days after his birth. The demon took him and threw him directly into the sea. But as it is said, whoever is protected by Krishna, no one can kill, and whoever is destined to be killed by Krishna, no one can protect. When Pradyumna was thrown into the sea, a big fish immediately swallowed him. Later on, this fish was caught by the net of a fisherman, and the fish was later on sold to the Sambara demon. In the kitchen of the demon, there was a maidservant whose name was Mayavati. This woman had formerly been the wife of Cupid and had been called Rithi. Sambara was a demon. Demons and the Rakshasas are accustomed to eating meat, fish, and similar non-vegetarian foods. When the cook was cutting the fish, he found a nice baby within the belly of the fish, and he immediately presented Pradyumna to the charge of Mayavati, who was an assistant in the vegetarian part of the kitchen. This lady was surprised to see how such a nice baby could remain within the belly of a fish, and the situation perplexed her. The great sage Narada then appeared and explained to her about the birth of Pradyumna, how the baby had been taken away by Sambara and later on thrown into the sea, and so on. Mayavati knew that she had previously been the wife of Cupid. After her husband was burned into ashes by the wrath of Lord Shiva, she was always expecting him to come back again in the material form. Rithi was engaged for cooking rice and dal in the kitchen, but when she got this nice baby and understood that he was Cupid, her own husband, she naturally took charge of him and with great affection began to bathe him. Miraculously, the baby very swiftly grew up, and within a very short period, he became a very beautiful young man. Any woman who happened to see him became captivated by his bodily beauty. Mayavati could understand that her former husband, Cupid, born as Pradyumna, had quickly grown into such a nice young man, and she also gradually became attracted to him. She was smiling before him with a feminine attractiveness, expressing her love. He therefore inquired from her,
How is it possible that first of all you were affectionate like a mother, and now you are expressing the symptoms of attraction? What is the reason for such a change?
Rithi replied,
My dear sir, you are the son of Lord Krishna. Before you were 10 days old, you were stolen by the Sambara demon and later on thrown into the water and swallowed up by a fish. In this way you have come under my care, but actually, in your former life as Cupid, I was your wife. Therefore, my manifestation of attraction is not at all incompatible. Sambara wanted to kill you, and he is endowed with various kinds of mystic powers. Therefore, before he again attempts to kill you, Please kill him as soon as possible with your divine power. Since you were stolen by Sambara, your mother, Rukmini Devi, has been in a very grievous condition, like a cuckoo bird who has lost her babies. She is very affectionate toward you, and since you have been taken away from her, she has been living like a cow aggrieved over the loss of its calf.
Mayavati had the knowledge of the mystic power of Mahamaya, and she delivered to Pradyumna this specific energetic power in order to defeat the mystic powers of the Sambara demon. Empowered by his wife, Pradyumna immediately went before Sambara and challenged him to fight. Sambrasura and Pradyumna began to fight very seriously. Pradyumna defeated Sambara demon. Pradyumna's wife, Mayavati, could travel in outer space, and therefore they directly reached his father's capital, Dvaraka, by the airways. Rukmini Devi, Pradyumna's mother, simply by intuition, could understand that Pradyumna was her own lost son. At that very moment, Lord Krishna, along with his father and mother, Devaki and Vasudeva, appeared on the scene. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, could understand everything. One after another, all of the members of the family Devaki, Vasudeva, Lord Sri Krishna, Lord Balrama, and Rukmini and all the women of the family began to embrace both Pradyumna and his wife Mayavati. There was a very nice Brahmana, Siddhama, friend of Lord Krishna. As a perfect Brahmana, he was very elevated in spiritual knowledge, and because of his advanced knowledge, he was not at all attached to material things. One day, Siddhama's wife spoke as follows to him.
My dear husband, I know that Lord Krishna, who is the husband of the goddess of fortune, is your personal friend. We are devotees of Lord Krishna, and he is always ready to help his devotees. Lord Krishna is our only shelter. Please therefore go to him. I am sure that he will immediately understand our position. We are householders. Therefore without any money we are in a distressed condition. But as soon as he understands our position, he will certainly give us sufficient riches so that we can live very comfortably.
Siddhama thought that there was no need to ask any material benefit from Lord Sri Krishna, but he was induced by the repeated requests of his wife. Moreover, he thought,
if I go there, I shall be able to see Lord Krishna personally. That will be a great opportunity, even if I don't ask any material benefit from him.
To go to Krishna. He asked his wife if she had anything in the home that he could offer to Krishna, because he must take some presentation for his friend. The wife immediately collected 4 palms full of chipped rice from her neighboring friends and tied it in a small cloth, like a handkerchief, and gave it to her husband to present to Krishna. Without waiting any longer, the Brahmana took the presentation and began to proceed toward Dvarka to see his lord. While he was proceeding toward Dvarka, he was absorbed in the thought of how he could be able to see Lord Krishna. It was of course very difficult to reach the palaces of the kings of the Yadu dynasty, but Brahmanas were allowed to visit. He Brahmana entered one palace, which was very gorgeously decorated. When he entered this beautiful palace, he felt that he was swimming in the ocean of transcendental pleasure. He felt himself constantly diving and surfacing in that transcendental ocean. At that time, Lord Krishna was sitting next to Queen Rukmini Devi. Even from a considerable distance, he could see the Brahmana coming to his home, and he could recognize him as his friend. Lord Krishna immediately left his seat and came forward to receive his Brahmana friend and, upon reaching him, embraced the Brahmana. Lord Krishna had him seated on his own bedstead and personally brought him all kinds of fruits and drinks to offer him, as is proper in receiving a worshipable guest. Lord Sri Krishna is the supreme God, but because he was teaching us how to treat people, he immediately washed the Brahmana's feet and sprinkled the water onto his head. After thus offering him an adequate welcome, and after the Brahmana had taken food and drink, Lord Krishna said,
My dear friend, it is a great fortune that you have come here.
The goddess of fortune, Rukmini Devi, personally began to fan him with the Kumara fan, but the other people in the palace became astonished at Lord Krishna's behavior in receiving the Brahmana in that way. Lord Krishna said,
My dear Brahmana friend, you are an intelligent personality, and you know very well the principles of religious life. I believe that after you finished your education, you must have gone back to your home and accepted a suitable wife. I know very well that from the beginning you were not at all attached to the materialistic way of life, nor did you desire to be very opulent materially, and therefore you are in need of money. In this material world, persons who are not attached to material opulence are very rarely found. Such unattached persons haven't the least desire to accumulate wealth and prosperity for sense gratification, but sometimes they are found to collect money just to exhibit the exemplary life of a householder. They show how by proper distribution of wealth one can become an ideal householder and at the same time become a great devotee. Such ideal householders are to be considered followers of my footsteps. If a man is sufficiently educated in student life under the guidance of a proper teacher, then his life becomes successful in the future. He can very easily cross over the ocean of nescience, and he is not subjected to the influence of illusory energy. There may be many spiritual masters who instruct, but a bona fide spiritual master is one. A human being who takes advantage of these spiritual masters and, receiving proper knowledge from them, crosses the ocean of material existence, is to be understood as having properly utilized his human form of life. He has practical knowledge that the ultimate interest of life, which is to be gained only in this human form, is to achieve spiritual perfection and thus be transferred back home, back to Godhead. My dear friend, I am Paramatma, the super soul present in everyone's heart, and it is my direct order that human society must follow the principles of Varna and Ashrama. As I have stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the human society should be divided, according to quality and action, into 4 Varnas. I am greatly pleased by your action, and I bless you. May all your desires and ambitions be fulfilled.
Siddhama replied,
My dear Krishna, you are the Supreme Lord and the Supreme Spiritual Master of everyone. All the different processes of life are ultimately meant for the understanding of your personality.
Lord Krishna began to smile and asked,
My dear friend, what have you brought for me? Has your wife given you some nice eatable for me? You must have brought some presentation for me from your home. Certainly I am not in need of anything, but if my devotee gives me something as an offering of love, even though it may be very insignificant, I accept it with great pleasure. On the other hand, if a person is not a devotee, even though he may offer me very valuable things, I do not like to accept them. I actually accept only things which are offered to me in devotion and love. Otherwise, however valuable the thing may be, I do not accept it. If my pure devotee offers me even the most insignificant things, a little flower, a little piece of leaf, a little water but saturates the offering in devotional love, then I not only gladly accept such an offering, but I eat it with great pleasure.
Siddhama hesitated to present it to the Lord. He was thinking,
How can I offer such insignificant things to Krishna?
Lord Krishna thought,
Siddhama has not come asking anything from me, but being obliged by the request of his wife, he has come to see me just to please her.
Lord Krishna therefore decided that he would give more material opulence to Siddhama Vipra than could be imagined even by the King of Heaven. He then snatched the bundle of chipped rice which was hanging on the shoulder of the poor Brahmana, packed in one corner of his wrapper, and said,
What is this? My dear friend, you have brought me nice, palatable chipped rice. I consider that this quantity of chipped rice will not only satisfy me, but will satisfy the whole creation.
As watering the root of a tree immediately distributes water to every part of the tree, so an offering made to Krishna, or any action done for Krishna, is to be considered the highest welfare work for everyone, because the benefit of such an offering is distributed throughout the creation. Love for Krishna becomes distributed to all living entities. While Lord Krishna was speaking to Siddhama Vipra, he ate one morsel of chipped rice from his bundle, and when he attempted to eat a second morsel, Rukmini Devi, who is the goddess of fortune herself, checked the Lord by catching hold of his hand. After touching the hand of Krishna, Rukmini said,
My dear Lord, this one morsel of chipped rice is sufficient to cause him who offered it to become very opulent in this life, and to continue his opulence in the next life. My Lord, you are so kind to your devotee that even this one morsel of chipped rice pleases you very greatly. and your pleasure assures the devotee opulence both in this life and in the next.
This indicates that when food is offered to Lord Krishna with love and devotion and he is pleased and accepts it from the devotee, Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, becomes so greatly obliged to the devotee that she has to personally go to the devotee's home to turn it into the most opulent home in the world. The learned Brahmana Siddhama passed that night at the house of Lord Krishna, and while he was there he felt as if he were living in a Vaikuntha planet. Actually, he was living in Vaikuntha, because wherever Lord Krishna, the original Narayana, and Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, live is not different from the spiritual planet Vaikuntha Loka. The learned Brahmana Siddhama did not appear to have received anything substantial from Lord Krishna while he was at his place, and yet he did not ask anything from the Lord. The next morning he started for his home, thinking always about his reception by Krishna, and thus he became merged in transcendental bliss. All the way home, he was simply remembering the dealings of Lord Krishna, and he was feeling very happy to have seen the Lord. Thinking in this way, the learned Brahmana gradually reached his own home. But on reaching there, he saw that everything was wonderfully changed. He saw that in place of his cottage there were big palaces made of valuable stones and jewels, glittering like the sun, moon, and rays of fire. Not only were there big palaces, but at intervals there were beautifully decorated parks, in which many beautiful men and women were strolling. In those parks there were nice lakes full of lotus flowers and beautiful lilies, and there were flocks of multicolored birds. Seeing the wonderful conversion of his native place, the Brahmana began to think to himself,
How am I seeing all these changes? Does this place belong to me or to someone else? If it is the same place where I used to live, then how has it so wonderfully changed?
While the learned Brahmana was considering this, a group of beautiful men and women with features resembling those of the demigods, accompanied by musical chanters, approached to welcome him. All were singing auspicious songs. The wife of the Brahmana became very glad on hearing the tidings of her husband's arrival, and with great haste, she also came out of the palace. As soon as she saw her husband present before her, tears of joy began to fall from her eyes, and her voice became so choked up that she could not even address her husband. She simply closed her eyes in ecstasy. The Brahmana was surprised to see his wife so beautiful, and in great affection, and without saying a word, he entered the palace with his wife. When the Brahmana entered his personal apartment in the palace, he saw that it was not an apartment, but the residence of the King of Heaven. The palace was surrounded by many columns of jewels. The couches and the bedsteads were made of ivory, bedecked with gold and jewels, and the bedding was as white as the foam of milk and as soft as a lotus flower. There were many whisks hanging from golden rods, and many golden thrones with sitting cushions as soft as the lotus flower. In various places there were velvet and silken canopies with laces of pearls hanging all around. The structure of the building was standing on first-class transparent marble, with engravings made of emerald stones. All the women in the palace were carrying lamps made of valuable jewels. The flames and the jewels combined to produce a wonderfully brilliant light. When the Brahmana saw his position suddenly changed to one of opulence, and when he could not determine the cause for such a sudden change, he began to consider very gravely how it had happened. He thus began to think,
From the beginning of my life, I have been extremely poverty-stricken. So what could be the cause of such great and sudden opulence? I do not find any cause other than the all-merciful glance of my friend Lord Krishna, the chief of the Yadu dynasty. Certainly these are gifts of Lord Krishna's causeless mercy. The Lord is self-sufficient, the husband of the goddess of fortune, and thus he is always full with 6 opulences. He can understand the mind of his devotee, and he sumptuously fulfills the devotee's desires. All these are acts of my friend, Lord Krishna. My beautiful dark friend Krishna is far more liberal than the cloud which can fill up the great ocean with water. Without disturbing the cultivator with rain during the day, the cloud brings liberal rain at night just to satisfy him. And yet, when the cultivator wakes up in the morning, he considers that it has not rained enough. Similarly, the Lord fulfills the desire of everyone according to his position, and yet one who is not in Krishna consciousness considers all the gifts of the Lord to be less than his desire. On the other hand, When the Lord receives a little thing in love and affection from his devotee, he considers it a great and valuable gift. The vivid example is myself. I simply offered him a morsel of chipped rice, and in exchange he has given me opulences greater than the opulence of the King of Heaven. I pray to have the friendship of Lord Krishna and to engage in his service, and to surrender fully unto him in love and affection, life after life. I do not want any opulence. I only desire not to forget his service. I simply wish to be associated with his pure devotees. May my mind and activities be always engaged in his service. The unborn Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna knows that many great personalities have fallen from their positions because of extravagant opulence. Therefore, even when his devotee asks for some opulence from him, the Lord sometimes does not give it. He is very cautious about his devotees, because a devotee in an immature position of devotional service may, if offered great opulence, fall from his position due to being in the material world. The Lord does not offer opulence to him. This is another manifestation of the causeless mercy of the Lord upon his devotee. His first interest is that the devotee may not fall. He is exactly like a well-wishing father who does not give much wealth into the hand of his immature son, but who, when the son is grown up and knows how to spend money, gives him the whole treasury house.
The learned Brahmana thus concluded that whatever opulences he had received from the Lord should not be used for his extravagant sense gratification, but for the service of the Lord. The Brahmana accepted his newly acquired opulence, but he did so in a spirit of renunciation, unattached to sense gratification, and thus he lived very peacefully with his wife, enjoying all the facilities of opulence as prasadam of the Lord. He enjoyed varieties of foodstuff by offering it to the Lord and then taking it as prasadam. Similarly, if by the grace of the Lord we get such opulences as material wealth, fame, power, education, and beauty, it is our duty to consider that they are all gifts of the Lord and must be used for his service, not for our sense enjoyment. The learned Brahmana remained in that position, and instead of deteriorating due to great opulence, his love and affection for Lord Krishna increased day after day. Material opulence can be the cause of degradation and also the cause of elevation, according to the purposes for which it is used. If opulence is used for sense gratification, it is the cause of degradation, and if it is used for the service of the Lord, it is the cause of elevation. Sudama Vipra realized that although Lord Krishna is unconquerable, he nevertheless agrees to be conquered by his devotees. He realized how kind Lord Krishna was to him, and he was always in trance, constantly thinking of Krishna. By such constant association with Lord Krishna, whatever darkness of material contamination was remaining within his heart was completely cleared away, and very shortly he was transferred to the spiritual kingdom, which is the goal of all saintly persons in the perfectional stage of life. Sukadeva Goswami has stated that all persons who hear this history of Sudama Vipra and Lord Krishna will know how affectionate Lord Krishna is to the Brahmana devotees like Sudama. Therefore, anyone who hears this history gradually becomes as qualified as Sudama Vipra. There is a great rumor that the 5 Pandava brothers, along with their mother Kunti, had, under the plan of Dhritarashtra, died in a fire accident in the house of Shalak in which they were living. But then the 5 brothers were detected at the marriage ceremony of Virupadi, so again another rumor spread that the Pandavas and their mother were not dead. The reality was that they returned to their capital city, Hastinapura, and people saw them face. When this news was carried to Krishna and Balrama, Krishna wanted to see them personally, and therefore Krishna decided to go to Hastinapura. This time, Krishna visited Hastinapura in state as a royal prince, accompanied by his commander-in-chief, Yudhana, and by many other soldiers. He had not actually been invited to visit the city, yet he went to see the Pandavas out of his affection for his great devotees. He visited the Pandavas without warning, and all of them got up from their respective seats as soon as they saw him. On receiving Krishna, the Pandavas became very enlivened, just as if awakened from unconsciousness or from loss of life. Lord Krishna was offered an exalted seat. When he was comfortably seated, the newly married Draupadi, young and very beautiful in her natural feminine gracefulness, came before Lord Krishna to offer her respectful greetings. After meeting with the 5 brothers, Lord Krishna personally went to visit Srimati Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, who was also the paternal aunt of Krishna. In offering his respects to his aunt, Krishna also touched her feet. Kunti eyes became wet, and she then inquired from him about the well-being of her paternal family members, her brother Vasudeva, his wife, and other members of the family. Similarly, Krishna also inquired from his aunt about the welfare of the Pandava families. Although Kunti was related to Krishna by family ties, she knew immediately after meeting him that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She remembered the past calamities of her life and how by the grace of Krishna the Pandavas and their mother had been saved. She knew perfectly well that no one, without Krishna's grace, could have saved them from the fire accident designed by Dhritarashtra and his sons. In a choked-up voice, she began to narrate before Krishna the past history of their life.
We know.
My dear Krishna, I remember the day when you sent my brother Akrura to gather information about us. This means that you always remember us automatically. When you sent Akrura, I could understand that there was no possibility of our being put into danger. We may be put into various types of dangerous conditions by our family members, the Kurus, but I am confident that you remember us and that you always keep us safe and sound. Devotees who simply think of you are always immune from all kinds of material dangers, and what to speak of ourselves, who are personally remembered by you. So, my dear Krishna, there is no question of bad luck. We are always in an auspicious position because of your grace. But because you have bestowed a special favor on us, people should not mistakenly think that you are partial to some and inattentive to others. You make no such distinction. No one is your favorite, and no one is your enemy. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are equal to everyone, and everyone can take advantage of your special protection. The fact is that although you are equal to everyone, you are especially inclined to the devotees who always think of you. The devotees are related to you by ties of love. As such, they cannot forget you even for a moment. You are present in everyone's heart, but because the devotees always remember you, you also respond accordingly. Although the mother has affection for all the children, she takes special care of the one who is fully dependent. I know certainly, my dear Krishna, that being seated in everyone's heart, you always create auspicious situations for your unalloyed devotees.
Then King Yudhishthira also praised Krishna as the Supreme Personality and universal friend of everyone, but because Krishna was taking special care of the Pandavas, King Yudhishthira said,
My dear Krishna, we do not know what sort of pious activities we have executed in our past lives that have made you so kind and graceful to us. We know very well that the great mystics who are always engaged in meditation to capture you do not find it easy to obtain such grace, nor can they draw any personal attention from you. I cannot understand why you are so kind upon us. We are not yogis, but on the contrary, we are attached to material contaminations. We are householders dealing in politics, worldly affairs. I do not know why you are so kind upon us.
Being requested by King Yudhishthira, Krishna agreed to stay in Hastinapura for 4 months during the rainy season. The 4 months of the rainy season are called Chaturmasya. During this period, the generally itinerant preachers and brahmanas stop at a certain place and live under rigid regulative principles. Although Lord Krishna is above all regulative principles, he agreed to stay at Hastinapura out of affection for the Pandavas. Taking this opportunity of Krishna's residence in Hastinapura, all the citizens of the town. One day, Yudhishthira explained to Lord Krishna that Dhritarashtra, their cruel uncle, after finding out that they were alive from the fire-burning palace and marriage to Draupadi, cruel uncle Dhritarashtra had to divide the kingdom in 2 parts. Barren land was given to the Pandavas and rest of the kingdom was given to his evil sons. His eldest son's name is Duryodhana. After hearing about the barren land, Lord Krishna magically turned it into a beautiful kingdom. Then, Lord Krishna was humbly asked by King Yudhishthira to help in constructing a suitable house to be planned by the great architect Vishvakarma, the celestial engineer in the heavenly kingdom. Krishna immediately called for Vishvakarma, and he made him construct a wonderful city according to the desire of King Yudhishthira. When this city was constructed, Maharaja Yudhishthira requested Krishna to live with them a few days more in order to give them the pleasure of his association. Lord Krishna accepted the request of Maharaja Yudhishthira and remained there for many days more. In the meantime, Krishna engaged in the pastime of being in the Khandava forest. Krishna wanted to give it to Agni, the fire demigod. Khandava forest contained many varieties of herbal medicinal herbs, and Agni required to eat them for rejuvenation. Agni, however, did not touch Khandava forest directly, but requested Krishna to help him. Agni knew that Krishna was very much pleased with him because he had formerly given him the Sudarsana disc. So in order to satisfy Agni, Krishna and Arjuna went to the Khandava forest. After Agni had eaten up the Khandava forest, he was very much pleased. This time, he offered a specific bow known as Gandiva for white horses, 1 chariot, and an invincible quiver with 2 specific arrows considered to be talismans, which had so much power that no warrior could counteract them. When the Khandava forest was being devoured by the Agni, there was a demon of the name Maya who was saved by Arjuna from the devastating fire. For this reason, that former demon became a great friend of Arjuna, and in order to please Arjuna, he constructed a nice assembly house within the city constructed by Visvakarma. After this, Lord Krishna returned to Dwarka. Later on, you will see that this assembly house that was given to the Pandavas had some corners so puzzling that when Duryodhana came to visit this house, he was misdirected, accepting water as land and land as water. Duryodhana thus became insulted by the opulence of the Pandavas, and he became their determined enemy. There was a demon named Bhamasura. He kidnapped and held captive 16,000 princesses from the palaces of various kings. The demons are always against the demigods. This demon, Bhamasura, having become very powerful, took by force the umbrella from the throne of the demigod Varuna. He also took the earrings of Aditi, the mother of the demigods. He conquered a portion of heavenly Mount Meru and occupied the portion which was known as Mani Parvata. The king of the heavenly planets, Indra, therefore came to Dwarka to complain about Bhamasura before Lord Krishna. Hearing this complaint from Indra, Lord Krishna immediately started for the abode of Bhamasura. It was not a very easy task to enter into the city of Pragyodasapura because it was very well fortified. There were 4 formidable forts guarding the 4 directions of the city, and it was well protected on all sides by formidable military strength. The next boundary was a water canal all around the city, and in addition the whole city was surrounded with electric wires. The next fortification was of anila, a gaseous substance. After this, there was a network of barbed wiring constructed by a demon of the name Mura. It appeared that the city was well protected even in terms of today's scientific advancements. When Krishna arrived, he broke all the forts to pieces by the strokes of his club, and the military strength scattered here and there by the constant onslaught of the arrows of Krishna. With his celebrated Sudarshana Chakra, he counteracted the electrified boundary. The channels of water and the gaseous boundary were made null and void, and he cut to pieces the electrified network fabricated by the demon Mura. By the vibration of Lord Krishna's conch shell, he not only broke the hearts of great fighters, but also the fighting machines which were there. Similarly, the walls around the city were broken by his invincible club. The vibration of his conch shell sounded like the thunderbolt at the time of the dissolution of the whole cosmic situation. The demon Mura heard the vibration of the conch shell, awakened from his sleep, and personally came out to see what had happened. He had 5 heads and had long been living within the water. The Mura demon was as brilliant as the sun at the time of the dissolution of the cosmic manifestation, and his temper was like blazing fire. The effulgence of his body was so dazzling that it was difficult to see him with open eyes. When he came out, he first of all took out his trident and began to rush towards the Supreme Personality of Godhead. First of all, he attacked the carrier of Krishna, Garuda, by whirling his trident, and he began to vibrate sounds through his 5 faces, like the roaring of a lion. The roaring produced by the vibration of his mouth spread all over the atmosphere until it extended not only all over the world, but also into outer space, up and down and out to the 10 directions. In this way, the sound was rumbling throughout the whole universe. Lord Krishna saw that the trident of the Mura demon was gradually rushing toward his carrier, Garuda. Immediately, by a trick of his hand, he took 2 arrows and threw them toward the trident. cutting it to pieces. Simultaneously, using many arrows, he pierced the mouths of the demon Mura. When he saw himself outmaneuvered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Mura demon immediately began to strike him in great anger with his club. But Lord Krishna, with his own club, broke the club of Mura to pieces before it could reach him. The demon, bereft of his weapon, decided to attack Krishna with his strong arms, but by the aid of his Sudarsana chakra, Krishna immediately separated the demon's 5 heads from his body. The demon then fell into the water, just as the peak of a mountain falls into the ocean after being struck by the thunderbolt of Indra. This demon Mura had 7 sons. All of them became puffed up and vengeful because of the death of their father, and in order to retaliate, they prepared in great anger to fight with Krishna. They equipped themselves with necessary weapons and situated Pitha, another demon, to act as commander in the battle. By the order of Bhamasura, all of them combinedly attacked Krishna. When they came before Lord Krishna, they began to shower him with many kinds of weapons, like swords, clubs, lances, arrows, and tridents. But they did not know that the strength of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is unlimited and invincible. Krishna, with his arrows, cut all the weapons of the men of Bhamasura into pieces, like grains. Krishna then threw his weapons, and Bhamasura's commander-in-chief, Pitha, along with his assistants, fell down, their military dress cut off and their heads, legs, arms, and thighs severed. All of them were sent to the superintendent of death, Yamaraja. When the demon Bhamasura saw that all his soldiers, commanders, and fighters were killed on the battlefield by the strokes of the weapons of the Personality of Godhead, he became exceedingly angry at the Lord. He then came out of the city with a great number of elephants who had all been born and brought up on the seashore. The demon Bhamasura immediately released a weapon called Satagni, by which he could kill hundreds of warriors with one stroke, and simultaneously all his assistants also threw their respective weapons at the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Krishna began to counteract all these weapons by releasing his feathered arrows. The result of this fight was that all the soldiers and commanders of Bhamasura fell to the ground, their arms, legs, and heads separated from their trunks, and all their horses and elephants also fell with them. In this way, all the weapons released by Bhamasura were cut to pieces by the reaction of the Lord's arrows. The Lord was fighting on the back of Garuda, and Garuda was striking the horses and the elephants with his wings and scratching their heads with his nails and sharpened beak. The elephants were feeling much pain by Garuda's attack on them, and they were all dispersing from the battlefield. Bhamasura alone remained on the battlefield, and he engaged himself in fighting with Krishna. He saw that Krishna's carrier, Garuda, was causing great disturbance to his soldiers and elephants, and in great anger he struck Garuda with all his strength, which defied the strength of the thunderbolt. Fortunately, Garuda was not an ordinary bird because he was a great devotee of Lord Krishna. This is why he felt the strokes given by Bhamasura just as a great elephant feels the impact of a garland of flowers. Bhamasura thus came to see that none of his tricks would act upon Krishna, and he became aware that all his attempts to kill Krishna would be frustrated. Yet he attempted for the last time, taking a trident in his hand to strike him. Krishna was so dexterous that before Bhamasura could touch his trident, his head was cut off by the sharp Sudarshana chakra. His head, illuminated by earrings and helmets, fell down on the battlefield. On the occasion of Bhamasura's being killed by Lord Krishna, all the demons' relatives began to scream in disappointment, and the saintly persons began to glorify the chivalrous activities of the Lord. Taking this opportunity, the denizens of the heavenly planets began to shower flowers on the Lord. At this time, the earth personified appeared before Lord Krishna and greeted him with a garland of Vajjayanti jewels. She also returned the dazzling earrings of Aditi, bedecked with jewels and gold. She also returned the umbrella of Varuna, along with another valuable jewel, which she presented to Krishna. After this, the earth personified began to offer her prayers to Krishna, the Supreme Personality and Master of the world, who is always worshipped by very exalted demigods. She fell down in obeisances and, in great devotional ecstasy, began to speak.
Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Lord. who is always present with 4 kinds of symbols, namely his conch shell, disc, lotus, and club, and who is the Lord of all demigods. Please accept my respectful obeisances unto you. My dear Lord, you are the Supersoul, and in order to satisfy the aspiration of your devotees, you descend on the earth in your various transcendental incarnations, which are just appropriate to the devotee's worshipful desire. Kindly accept my respectful obeisances. My dear Lord, when you want to maintain this cosmic manifestation, you expand yourself as Lord Vishnu, the reservoir of all goodness. Lord Brahma was created by you from the lotus flower that appeared from your navel for the mode of passion. Similarly, you created Shiva, master of the modes of ignorance, and thus dissolve the whole creation. Your transcendental position is always maintained. In spite of creating these 3 modes of material nature, you are never entangled like the ordinary living entities with these modes of material nature. You are the Father of the universe. My dear Lord, this boy, whose name is Bhagadatta, is the son of my son, Bhamasura. He has been very much affected by the ghastly situation created by the death of his father and has become very much confused, being afraid of the present situation. I have therefore brought him to surrender unto your lotus feet. I request your lordship to give shelter to this boy and bless him with your lotus feet. I am bringing him to you so that he may become relieved from the reactions of all the sinful activities of his father. He has been very much affected by the ghastly situation created by the death of his father and has become very much confused, being afraid of the present situation. I have therefore brought him to surrender unto your lotus feet. I request your lordship to give shelter to this boy and bless him with your lotus feet. I am bringing him to you so that he may become relieved from the reactions of all the sinful activities of his father. When Lord Krishna heard the prayers of Mother Earth, he immediately assured her of immunity from all fearful situations. He said to Bhagadatta,
Don't be afraid.
Then he entered the palace of Bhamasura, which was equipped with all kinds of opulences. In the palace of Bhamasura, Lord Krishna saw 16,100 young princesses who had been kidnapped and held captive there. When the princesses saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, enter the palace, they immediately became captivated by the beauty of the Lord and prayed for his causeless mercy. Within their minds, they decided to accept Lord Krishna as their husband without any hesitation. Each one of them began to pray that Lord Krishna might become her husband. Sincerely and seriously, they offered their hearts to the lotus feet of Krishna with an unalloyed devotional attitude. As the Supersoul in everyone's heart, Krishna could understand their uncontaminated desire, and he agreed to accept them as his wives. Remember that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Lord. He can multiply himself into multiple forms, and Radharani can multiply into many forms as well. They are the Supreme God and Goddess. They displayed their supreme godly powers on earth. They are complete within themselves. They came on earth to protect us and help us. Radharani has the power to multiply into many princesses. All this is explained in the Vedic literatures such as the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Chaitanya Charitamrita. It is written in these great Vedic literatures that one should never imitate Lord Krishna because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. An ordinary person cannot lift the Govardhan hill with his or her pinky, or create so many universes or multiply into so many forms and so on. Just see the previous episodes and be amazed of the greatness of Lord Krishna. Also, please read the great spiritual Vedic literatures. Then a person can understand the greatness and the kindness of Lord Krishna. See how he blessed the Pandavas with so much protection and opulence, Siddhama Brahman and many countless devotees. Brahma was amazed how Lord Krishna became so many cowherd boys. Lord Krishna is sitting in each and every living being's hearts and in each and every atom. It is a great offense to think of copying God. God is great. He is omnipotent and omnipresent. The great sage Narada heard that Lord Krishna had married 16,000 wives after he had killed the demon Bhamasura. Narada became astonished that Lord Krishna had expanded himself into 16,000 forms and married these wives simultaneously in different palaces. Being inquisitive as to how Krishna was managing his household life in so many palaces, Narada desired to see these pastimes, and so set out to visit Krishna's different palaces. When Narada arrived in Dwarka, he saw that the gardens and parks were full of various flowers of different colors and orchards that were overloaded with a variety of fruits. Beautiful birds were chirping, and peacocks were delightfully crowing. There were tanks and ponds full of blue and red lotus flowers, and some of these sites were filled with varieties of lilies. The lakes were full of nice swans and cranes whose voices resounded everywhere. In the city there were as many as 900,000 great palaces built of first-class marble with gates and doors made of silver. The posts of the houses and palaces were bedecked with jewels such as touchstone, sapphires, and emeralds, and the floors gave off a beautiful luster. The highways, lanes, streets, crossings, and marketplaces were all beautifully decorated. The whole city was full of residential homes, assembly houses, and temples, all of different architectural beauty. All of this made Dwarka a glowing city. The big avenues, crossings, lanes, streets, and also the thresholds of every residential house were very clean. On both sides of every path there were bushes, and at regular intervals there were large trees that shaded the avenues so that the sunshine would not bother the passers-by. In this greatly beautiful city of Dwarka, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, had many residential quarters. The great kings and princes of the world used to visit these palaces just to worship him. The architectural plans were made personally by Vishvakarma, the engineer of the demigods, and in the construction of the palaces he exhibited all of his talents and ingenuity. These residential quarters numbered more than 16,000, and a different queen of Lord Krishna resided in each of them. Narada entered one of these houses and saw that the pillars were made of coral and the ceilings were bedecked with jewels. The walls as well as the arches between the pillars glowed from the decorations of different kinds of sapphires. Throughout the palace, there were many canopies made by Vishvakarma that were decorated with strings of pearls. The chairs and other furniture were bedecked with gold and diamonds, and jeweled lamps dissipated the darkness within the palace. There were many maidservants, all of whom were decorated with gold necklaces, bangles, and beautiful saris. There were also many male servants, who were nicely dressed in cloaks and turbans and jeweled earrings. Beautiful as they were, the servants were all engaged in different household duties. Narada saw that Lord Krishna was sitting with Rukmini Devi, the queen of that particular palace, who was bearing the rod of a Kamara whisk. Even though there were many thousands of maidservants who were equally beautiful and qualified, and who were of the same age, Rukmini Devi personally was engaged in fanning Lord Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, worshipped even by Narada, but still, as soon as he saw Narada enter the palace, Krishna stood up to honor him. Lord Krishna is the teacher of the whole world, and in order to instruct everyone how to respect a saintly person like Narada Muni, Krishna bowed down, touching his helmet to the ground. Not only did Krishna bow down, but he also touched the feet of Narada and with folded hands requested him to sit on his chair. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality worshipped by all devotees. He is the most worshipped spiritual master of everyone. Lord Krishna asked Narada,
What can I do in your service?
Narada replied,
My dear Lord, this kind of behavior by your lordship is not at all astonishing because you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and Master of all species of living entities. You are the supreme friend of all living entities, but at the same time you are the supreme chastiser of the miscreants and the envious. I know that your lordship has descended on this earth for the proper maintenance of the whole universe. Your appearance, therefore, is not forced by any other agency. By your sweet will only you agree to appear and disappear. It is my great fortune that I have been able to see your lotus feet today. Anyone who becomes attached to your lotus feet is elevated to the supreme position of neutrality and is uncontaminated by the material modes of nature. My Lord, you are unlimited. There is no limit to your opulences. Great demigods like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are always busy placing you within their hearts and meditating upon you. The conditioned souls who have now been put into the blind well of material existence can get out of this eternal captivity only by accepting your lotus feet. Thus, you are the only shelter of all conditioned souls. My dear Lord, you have very kindly asked what you can do for me. In answer to this, I simply request that I may not forget your lotus feet at any time. I do not care where I may be, but I pray that I may be allowed to constantly remember your lotus feet.
After departing from the palace of Rukmini, Naradaji wanted to see the activities of Lord Krishna's internal potency, Yogamaya. Thus he entered the palace of another queen. There he saw Lord Krishna engaged in playing chess, along with his dear wife and Adhava. The Lord immediately got up from his seat and invited Narada Muni to sit on his personal seat. The Lord again worshipped him with as much paraphernalia for reception as he had in the palace of Rukmini. After worshipping him properly, Lord Krishna acted as if he did not know what had happened in the palace of Rukmini. He therefore told Narada,
My dear sage, when your holiness comes here, you are full in yourself. Although we are householders and are always in need, you don't require anyone's help because you are self-satisfied. Under the circumstances, what reception can we offer you, and what can we possibly give you? Yet, since your holiness is a Brahmana, it is our duty to offer you something as far as possible. Therefore, I beg your pleasure to order me. What can I do for you?
Naradaji knew everything about the pastimes of the Lord, so without any further discussion, he simply left the palace silently, in great astonishment over the Lord's activities. He then entered another palace. This time Naradaji saw that Lord Krishna was engaged as an affectionate father petting his small children. From there he entered another palace and saw Lord Krishna preparing to take his bath. In other palaces, Narada saw Lord Krishna engaged in getting his sons and daughters married with suitable brides and bridegrooms in due course of time, and the marriage ceremonies were being performed with great pomp. In one palace, he was found bidding farewell to his daughters, and in another he was found receiving a daughter-in-law. People throughout the whole city were astonished to see such pomp and ceremonies. Thus Narada saw one single Krishna multiplied doing different activities in 16,000 palaces by his plenary expansions. Due to his inconceivable energy, he was visible in each and every individual queen's palace. Lord Krishna has unlimited power, and Narada's astonishment was boundless upon observing again and again the demonstration of Lord Krishna's internal energy. Once upon a time, while Lord Krishna and Balrama were living peacefully in their great city of Dwarka, there was the rare occasion of a full solar eclipse, such as takes place at the end of every Kalpa, or day of Brahma. Taking advantage of the occasion of the solar eclipse, all important persons visited the holy place of pilgrimage. Some of the important personalities are mentioned as follows. Among the older persons there were Akrura, Vasudeva, and Ugrasena. Among the younger generation there were Gada, Pradyumna, Samba, and many other members of the Yadu dynasty. Because almost all the members of the Yadu dynasty went to Kurukshetra, some important personalities like Anirudh, the son of Pradyumna, and Kritavarma, the commander-in-chief of the Yadu dynasty, along with Sikandra, Sukha, and Sarana, remained in Dwaraka to protect the city. Since it is a Vedic custom to give in charity as much as possible during the hours of the eclipse, the members of the Yadu dynasty distributed many hundreds of cows in charity to the Brahmanas. All those cows were fully decorated with nice dress and ornaments. The special feature of these cows was that they had golden ankle bells and flower garlands on their necks. After feeding the Brahmanas, it is the custom for the host, with their permission, to accept prasadam. Thus, with the permission of the Brahmanas, all the members of the Yadu dynasty took lunch. Then they selected resting places. They prepared to receive visitors, among whom there were relatives and friends, as well as many subordinate kings and rulers. Some of the rulers belonged to opposing parties, and some were friends. But above all, the visitors from Vrindavan were most prominent. The residents of Vrindavan, headed by Nanda Maharaja, had been living in great anxiety because of separation from Krishna and Balrama. Taking advantage of the solar eclipse, they all came to see their life and soul, Krishna and Balrama. The inhabitants of Vrindavana were well-wishers and intimate friends of the Yadu dynasty. This meeting of the two parties after long separation was a very touching incident. Both the Yadus and the residents of Vrindavana felt such great pleasure in meeting and talking together that it was a unique scene. Meeting after long separation, they were all jubilant. Their hearts were throbbing, and their faces appeared like freshly bloomed lotus flowers. There were drops of tears falling from their eyes, the hair on their bodies stood on end, and because of their extreme ecstasy, they were temporarily speechless. In other words, they began to dive in the ocean of happiness. While the men were meeting in that way, the women were also meeting one another in the same manner. They were embracing each other in great friendship, smiling very mildly and looking at one another with much affection. Due to such heart-to-heart embracing, torrents of tears glided down their cheeks. The juniors were offering obeisances to the elders, and the elders were offering their blessings to the juniors. They were thus welcoming one another and asking after each other's welfare. Ultimately, however, all their talk was only of Krishna. All the neighbors and relatives were connected with Lord Krishna's pastimes in this world, and as such Krishna was the center of all their activities. Whatever activities they performed, social, political, religious, or conventional, were transcendental. In this meeting at Kurukshetra, Kuntidevi and Vasudeva, who were sister and brother, met after a long period of separation, along with their respective sons and daughters-in-law, wives, children, and other family members. By talking among themselves, they soon forgot all their past miseries. Kuntidevi especially addressed her brother Vasudeva as follows.
My dear brother, I am very unfortunate, because not one of my desires has ever been fulfilled. Otherwise, how could it happen that although I have such a saintly brother as you, perfect in all respects, you did not inquire from me as to how I was passing my days in a distressed condition of life?
Vasudeva replied to his sister,
My dear sister, do not be sorry, and do not blame me in that way. We should always remember that we all are only toys in the hands of Providence. Everyone is under the control of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is under his control only that all kinds of fruitive actions and the resultant reactions take place. My dear sister, you know that we were very much harassed by King Kamsa, and by his persecutions we were scattered here and there. We were always full of anxieties. Only in the last few days have we returned to our own places, by the grace of God.
After this conversation, Vasudeva and Ugrasena received the kings who came to see them, and they sufficiently welcomed them all. Seeing Lord Krishna present on the spot, all the visitors felt transcendental pleasure and became very peaceful. Some of the prominent visitors were as follows: Bhismadeva, Dronakarya, Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, and Gandhari along with her sons, King Yudhishthira along with his wife, and the Pandavas along with Kunti, Sanjaya, Vidura, Kripakarya, Kuntabhoja, Virata, King Nagnajit, Parujit, Drupada, Salya, Drishtaketu, the king of Kasi, Damagosa, Visalaksa, the king of Mithila, the king of Madras, formerly known as Madra, the king of Kakaya, Udamenyu, Susarma, Balika along with his sons, and many other rulers who were subordinate to King Yudhishthira. When they saw Lord Krishna with his thousands of queens, they became fully satisfied at the sight of such beauty and transcendental opulence. All who were there personally visited Lord Balrama and Krishna, and being properly welcomed by the Lord, they began to glorify the members of the Yadu dynasty, especially Krishna and Balrama. Because he was the king of the Bhojas, Ugrasena was considered the chief Yadu, and therefore the visitors specifically addressed him. Your Majesty Ugrasena, king of the Bhojas, factually the Yadus are the only persons within this world who are perfect in all respects. All glories unto you. The specific condition of your perfection is that you are always seeing Lord Krishna, who is sought after by many mystic yogis undergoing severe austerities and penances for great numbers of years. All of you are in direct touch with Lord Krishna at every moment. All the Vedic hymns are glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The Ganges water is considered sanctified because of its being the water used to wash the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The Vedic literatures are nothing but the injunctions of Lord Krishna. The purpose of the study of all the Vedas is to know Krishna. Therefore, the words of Krishna and the message of his pastimes are always purifying. By the influence of time and circumstances, all the opulences of this world had become almost completely wiped out, But since Krishna has appeared on this planet, all auspicious features have again appeared due to the touch of his lotus feet. Because of his presence, all our ambitions and desires are gradually being fulfilled. Your Majesty, King of the Bhojas, you are related with the Yadu dynasty by matrimonial relationship and by blood relationship also. As a result, you are constantly in touch with Lord Krishna, and you have no difficulty in seeing him at any time. Lord Krishna moves with you, talks with you, sits with you, rests with you, and dines with you. Due to the presence of Lord Krishna, the original personality of Godhead in the Vishnu category, who is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, all of you are factually relieved from all material contamination and are situated in the transcendental position of liberation and Brahman existence. When they had heard that Krishna would be present in Kurukshetra because of the solar eclipse, the residents of Vrindavana, headed by Maharaja Nanda, had also decided to go there, and therefore all the members of the Yadu dynasty were attending. All of the Vrindavana residents had come to Kurukshetra to see their beloved Lord Balrama and Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna and Balaram and the residents were all very happy to see each other. As soon as the Yadu dynasty family members saw the residents of Vrindavan, they stood up to welcome them, and it appeared that they had again regained their lives. Both parties had been very eager to meet, and when they actually came forward and met, they embraced one another to their heart's satisfaction and remained in embrace for a considerable time. After this, Krishna's mother, Devaki, and Balrama's mother, Rohini, both embraced Mother Yasoda. They said,
Dear Queen Yasoda Devi, both you and Nanda Maharaja have been great friends to us, and when we remember you, we are immediately overwhelmed by the thought of your friendly activities. We are so indebted to you that even if we were to return your benediction by giving you the opulence of the King of Heaven, it would not be enough to repay you for your friendly behavior. We shall never forget your kindly behavior toward us. When both Krishna and Balrama came on earth, they were entrusted to your care, and you raised them as your own children, fostering them as birds take care of their offspring in the nest. You have nicely fed, nourished and loved them, and have performed many auspicious religious ceremonies for their benefit. Actually, they are not our sons, they belong to you. Nanda Maharaja and yourself are the real father and mother of Krishna and Balrama. As long as they were under your care, they had not even a pinch of difficulty. Under your protection, they were completely out of the way of all kinds of fear. This most affectionate care which you have taken for them is completely befitting your elevated position. The most noble personalities do not discriminate between their own sons and the sons of others, and there cannot be any personalities more noble than Nanda Maharaja and yourself.
Krishna was sitting with Mother Yasoda, Devaki, and Rohini, but when they were engaged in talking, he approached the gopis. He began to encourage them, saying,
My dear friends, you know that both Lord Balrama and myself left Vrindavan just to please our relatives and family members. Thus we were long engaged in fighting with our enemies and were obliged. The creation of this cosmic manifestation, during its maintenance, and after its dissolution, everything is but a different manifestation of my energy. And because the energy is not separate from me, it is to be concluded that I am existing in everything. I request that instead of being so afflicted, you try to accept everything with a philosophical attitude. Then you will understand that you are always with me and that there is no cause of lamentation in our being separated from one another.
The gopis therefore prayed to Krishna.
Dear Krishna, from your navel emanated the original lotus flower, which is the birth site of Brahma. No one can estimate your glories or your opulence, which therefore remain always a mystery even to the highest thoughtful men, the masters of all yogic power. The conditioned soul fallen in the dark well of this material existence can very easily take shelter of your lotus feet. Then his liberation is guaranteed. We therefore request that you remain within our hearts as the rising sun, and that will be your greatest benediction.
After talking with the gopis and bestowing upon them the greatest benediction, Lord Krishna came to welcome King Yudhishthir and other relatives who had come to see him.
King Yudhishthir inquired,
My dear Lord Krishna, great personalities and devotees in full Krishna consciousness always think of your lotus feet and remain fully satisfied by drinking the nectar of transcendental bliss. The nectar which they constantly drink sometimes comes out of their mouths and is sprinkled on others as the narration of your transcendental activities. This nectar coming from the mouth of a devotee is so powerful that if one is fortunate enough to have the opportunity to drink it, he immediately becomes freed from the continuous journey of birth and death. Our material existence is caused by our forgetfulness of your personality. But fortunately, the darkness of forgetfulness is immediately dissipated if one is privileged to hear about your glories. Therefore, my dear Lord, where is the possibility of ill fortune for one who is constantly engaged in hearing your glorious activities? Since we are fully surrendered unto you and have no other shelter than your lotus feet, we are always confident of our good fortune. My dear Lord, you are the ocean of unlimited knowledge and transcendental bliss. The result of the action of mental concoction is to exist in the three temporary phases of material life: wakefulness, sleep, and deep sleep. But these conditions cannot exist in Krishna consciousness. All such reactions are invalidated by practice of Krishna consciousness. You are the ultimate destination of all liberated persons. Out of your independent will only, you have descended on this earth by the use of your own internal potency, Yogamaya, and in order to re-establish the Vedic principles of life. You are the supreme person. There cannot, therefore, be any ill luck for one who has fully surrendered unto you.
When Lord Krishna was busy meeting various kinds of visitors, and while they were engaged in offering prayers to the Lord, the female members of the Kuru dynasty and the Yadu dynasty took the opportunity of meeting with one another and engaging in talk of Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. The first inquiry was made by Draupadi to the wives of Lord Krishna. While Lord Krishna was busy meeting various kinds of visitors, and while they were engaged in offering prayers to the Lord, the female members of the Kuru dynasty and the Yadu dynasty took the opportunity of meeting with one another and engaging in talk of Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. Lord Krishna received wonderful sages who came to see him. Lord Krishna explained to the people that when visiting holy places, it is important to always respect and listen to the sages about spiritual life. The sages praised Lord Krishna. The sages said that Lord Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead and is the soul of everyone, the original cause of all creation. Afterwards, Vyasdev performed spiritual ceremony and gave away ample riches, clothing, ornaments, cows, land to the priests. Later, most of the kings, queens, relatives, and visitors departed. After this, Lord Krishna and Lord Balrama, along with King Ugrasena, satisfied the inhabitants of Vrindavana by profusely offering all kinds of gifts in order to worship them and please them. Out of their great feelings of friendship, the inhabitants of Vrindavana remained there for a considerable time along with the members of the Yadu dynasty. Vasudeva felt so satisfied that there was no limit to his happiness. All the members of his family were with him, and in their presence he caught hold of the hands of Nanda Maharaja and expressed his gratitude. Vasudeva spoke to Nanda Maharaja about how grateful he has been to him for taking Lord Krishna during the time Kamsa was executing babies. He was influenced by a great feeling for the friendship of Nanda Maharaja and the beneficial activities executed by King Nanda on his behalf. As such, his eyes filled with tears, and he began to cry. Desiring to please his friend Vasudeva and being affectionately bound with love for Lord Krishna and Balrama, Nanda Maharaja and the rest of the Vrindavan residents passed 3 months in their association. At the end of this time, all the members of the Yadu dynasty tried to please the inhabitants of Vrindavana to their heart's content. The members of the Yadu dynasty tried to satisfy Nanda Maharaja and his associates by offering them clothing, ornaments, and many other valuable articles, and they all became fully satisfied. Vasudeva, Ugrasena, Lord Krishna, Lord Balrama, Adhava, and all other members of the Yadu dynasty presented their individual gifts to Nanda Maharaja and his associates. After Nanda Maharaja received these farewell presentations, he, along with his associates, started for Vrajabhumi, Vrindavana. The minds of the inhabitants of Vrindavana remained, however, with Krishna and Balrama. When the members of the Vrsini family saw all their friends and visitors departing, they observed that the rainy season was approaching, and thus they decided to return to Dvaraka. They were fully satisfied, for they regarded Krishna as everything. Vasudev believed the words of the sages that his sons Krishna and Balrama were the Supreme Personality of Godhead. With firm faith in his sons, he addressed them thus.
My dear Krishna, you are the Saksidananda Vigraha Supreme Personality of Godhead. And my dear Balrama, you are Sankarsana, the master of all mystic powers. I have now understood that you are eternal. Both of you are transcendental to this material manifestation and to its cause. You are the original controller of all. You are its creator. The wonderful varieties of this material world are also created by you. You have entered as the supersoul into each living entity, and even into the atom. You are the maintainer of everything. The vast expanse of outer space rests in yourself. The vibration of the sky, its thunder, the supreme sound Omkara. My dear Supreme Personality of Godhead, for a long time I have simply considered this body to be myself. And although you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I considered you to be my son. My dear Lord, at the very moment when you first appeared in Kamsa's prison house, I was informed that you were the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that you had descended for the protection of the principles of religion, as well as the destruction of the demons. Although unborn, you descend in every millennium to execute your mission.
When Vasudeva was addressing his divine sons in that way, Lord Krishna and Balrama were smiling. Because they are very affectionate to their devotees, they accepted all the appreciation of Vasudeva with a kindly, smiling attitude. Krishna then began to confirm all Vasudeva's statements as follows.
My dear father, whatever you may say, we are, after all, your sons. What you have said about us is certainly a highly philosophical understanding of spiritual knowledge. I accept it in total without exception.
Devki began to appeal to Lord Krishna and Balrama thus.
My dear Balrama, your very name suggests that you give all pleasure and all strength to everyone. Your unlimited potency is beyond the reach of our minds and words. And my dear Krishna, you are the master of all mystic yogis. I also know that you are the master of the Prajapatis like Brahma and his assistants, and you are the original personality of Godhead, Narayana. I also know for certain that you have descended to annihilate all kinds of miscreants who have been misled in the course of time. They have lost control of their minds and senses, fallen from the quality of goodness, and have deliberately neglected the direction of the revealed scriptures by living a life of extravagancy and impudency. You have descended on the earth to minimize the burden of the world by killing such miscreant rulers. My dear Krishna, I know that Mahavishnu, who is lying in the causal ocean of the cosmic manifestation and who is the source of this whole creation, is simply an expansion of your plenary portion. Creation, maintenance, and annihilation of this cosmic manifestation are being effected only by your plenary portion. I am, therefore, taking shelter of you without any reservation. I have heard that when you wanted to reward your teacher Sandipani Muni, and he asked you to bring back his dead son, you and Balrama immediately brought him from the custody of Yamaraja, although he had been dead for a very long time. By this act I understand you to be the supreme master of all mystic yogis. I am therefore asking you to fulfill my desire in the same way. In other words, I am asking you to bring back all my sons who were killed by Kamsa. Upon your bringing them back, my heart will be content, and it will be a great pleasure for me just to see them once.
Lord Balrama and Krishna immediately called for the assistance of Yogamaya and started for the lower planetary system, known as Satala. Formerly, in his incarnation of Vamana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead was satisfied by the king of the demons, Bali Maharaja, who donated to him everything he had. Bali Maharaja was then given the whole of Satala for his residence and kingdom. Now, when this great devotee, Bali Maharaja, saw that Lord Balrama and Krishna had come to his planet, he immediately merged in an ocean of happiness. As soon as he saw Lord Krishna and Balrama in his presence, he and all his family members stood up from their seats and bowed down at the lotus feet of the Lord. Bali Maharaja offered Lord Krishna and Balrama the best seat he had in his possession, and when both lords were seated comfortably, he began to wash their lotus feet. He then sprinkled the water on his head and on the heads of his family members. The water used to wash the lotus feet of Krishna and Balrama can purify even the greatest demigods, such as Lord Brahma. After this, Bali Maharaja brought valuable garments, ornaments, sandalwood pulp, betel nuts, lamps, and various Natarian foodstuffs, and along with his family members, he worshipped the Lord according to the regulative principles and offered lots of valuable things unto the lotus feet of the Lord. Of course, Lord Krishna was offering his blessings too. King Bali was feeling such transcendental pleasure that he repeatedly grabbed the lotus feet of the Lord and kept them on his chest, and sometimes he put them on the top of his head, and in this way, he was feeling transcendental bliss. Tears of love and affection began to flow down from his eyes, and all his hair stood on end. He began to offer prayers to the lords in a voice which choked up intermittently.
My Lord Balrama, you are the original Anantadeva. You are so great that Anantadeva Sisa and other transcendental forms have originally emanated from you and Lord Krishna. You are the original personality of Godhead, and your eternal form is all blissful and full of complete knowledge. You are the creator of the whole world. You are the original initiator and propounder of the systems of Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. You are the Supreme Brahman, the original personality of Godhead. I therefore with all respect offer my obeisances unto both of you. My dear lords, it is very difficult for the living entities to get to see you, yet when you are merciful upon your devotees it becomes easy for them to see you. As such, only out of your causeless mercy have you agreed to come here and be visible to us, who are generally influenced by the qualities of ignorance and passion. My dear Lord, we belong to the Daitya or demon category. The demons or demonic persons, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, the Vidyadharas, the Karanas, the Yaksas, the Rakshasas, the Pisakas, the ghosts and the hobgoblins are incapable, by nature, of worshipping you or becoming your devotees. Instead of becoming your devotees, they simply become impediments on the path of devotion. But, opposed to them, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, representing all the Vedas and situated in the mode of uncontaminated goodness. Your position is always transcendental. For this reason, some of us, although born of the modes of passion and ignorance, have taken shelter of your lotus feet and become devotees. Some of us are actually pure devotees, and some of us have taken shelter of your lotus feet, desiring to gain something from devotion. By your causeless mercy, only we demons in direct contact with your personality. This contact is not possible even for the great demigods. No one knows how you act through your Yogamaya potency. Even demigods cannot calculate the expanse of the activities of your internal potency, so how is it possible for us to know it? I therefore place my humble prayers before you. Please be kind to me, who am fully surrendered unto you, and favor me with your causeless mercy so that I may simply remember your lotus feet birth after birth. My only ambition is that I may depend simply upon your lotus feet. I also desire that if I have to associate with anyone, they may be only your pure devotees and no one else, because your pure devotees are always well-wishers of all living entities. My dear Lord, you are the Supreme Master and Director of the whole world. Please, therefore, engage me in your service and let me thus become freed from all material contaminations. You can purify me in that way because if someone engages himself in the loving service of your Lordship, he immediately becomes free from all kinds of regulative principles enjoined in the Vedas.
After Lord Krishna heard the prayers of Bali Maharaja, he spoke as follows.
My dear king of the demons, in the millennium of the Svayambhuva Manu, the Prajapati known as Marisai begot 6 sons, all demigods. They were condemned to take birth as the sons of the demon Hiranyakasipu. These sons of Hiranyakasipu were thereafter put in the womb of Mother Devki, and as soon as they took their birth, Kamsa killed them one after another. My dear king of the demons, Mother Devki is very anxious to see these 6 dead sons again, and she is very much aggrieved on account of their early death at the hand of Kamsa. I know that all of them are living with you. I have decided to take them with me in order to pacify my Mother Devki. After seeing my mother, all these 6 conditioned souls will be liberated, and thus in great pleasure they will be transferred to their original planet. The names of these 6 conditioned souls are as follows: Smara, Ajita, Parisvanga, Patanga, Ksudrabert, and Gurney. They will be again reinstated in their former position as demigods.
After thus informing the king of the demons, Krishna stopped speaking, and Bali Maharaja understood the Lord's purpose. He worshipped him sufficiently, and thereafter Lord Krishna and Lord Balrama took away the 6 conditioned souls and returned to the city of Dwaraka, where he presented them as little babies before his mother, Devki. Mother Devki became overwhelmed with joy and was so ecstatic in motherly feeling, she fed the babies with great satisfaction. She began to take them on her lap again and again, smelling their heads and thinking,
Lord Krishna has gotten my lost children back. The 6 children who were killed by Kamsa are back. Thank you, Lord Krishna.
Because Lord Krishna, these babies immediately became self-realized grown-up persons. The babies therefore began to offer their obeisances unto Lord Krishna, Balrama, their father Vasudeva, and mother Devki. After this, they were immediately transferred to their respective heavenly planets. After they departed, Devki became stunned with wonder that her dead children had come back and had again been transferred to their respective planets. She could adjust the events only by thinking of Lord Krishna's pastimes, in which, because Lord Krishna's potencies are all inconceivable, anything wonderful can be performed. Anyone who hears and describes these stories becomes Krishna conscious and eligible for going back home, back to Godhead. Lord Krishna would rise up from bed very early in the morning, 3 hours before sunrise. In the garden within the compound of each palace, there were parahata flowers. Early in the morning, a mild breeze would carry the aroma of the parahata flower, and Krishna would smell it just after rising from bed. Due to this aroma, the honeybees would begin their humming vibration, and the birds also would begin their sweet chirping sounds. Altogether, it would sound like the singing of professional chanters engaged in offering prayers to Krishna. After rising from bed, Lord Krishna would wash his mouth, hands and feet, and would immediately sit down and meditate on himself. This does not mean, however, that we should also sit down and meditate on ourselves. We have to meditate upon Krishna, Radha Krishna. That is real meditation. Krishna is Krishna himself. Therefore, he was teaching us that Brahma Muhurta should be utilized for meditation on Radha Krishna. By doing so, Krishna would feel very much satisfied, and similarly we will also feel transcendentally pleased and satisfied if we utilize the Brahma Muhurta period to meditate on Radha and Krishna, and if we think of how Rukmini Devi, who is Radha, and how they acted as ideal householders to teach the whole human society to rise early in the morning and immediately engage in Krishna consciousness. There is no difference between meditating on the eternal forms of Radha Krishna and chanting the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna. After his meditation, the Lord would regularly bathe early in the morning with clear, sanctified water. Then he would change into fresh clothing, cover himself with a wrapper, and then engage himself in his daily religious functions. Out of his many religious duties, the first was to offer oblations into the sacrificial fire and silently chant the Gayatri mantra. Next, Lord Krishna gave cows in charity to the Brahmanas. Lord Krishna used to give as many as 13,084 cows. Each of them was decorated with a silken cover and pearl necklace. Their horns were covered with gold plating, and their hooves were silver-plated. The Brahmanas also were given nice silken garments and sufficient quantity of sesame grains. He would touch auspicious articles such as milk, fire, honey, ghee, clarified butter, gold, jewels, and fire. Although the Lord is by nature very beautiful due to the perfect figure of his transcendental body, still he would dress himself in yellow-colored garments and put on his necklace of Kaustubha jewels. He would wear flower garlands, smear his body with the pulp of sandalwood, and decorate himself with other similar cosmetics and ornaments. It is said that the ornaments themselves became beautiful upon being placed on the transcendental body of the Lord. There were many Brahmanas who had come daily to see the Supreme Lord before taking their breakfast. They were anxious to see him, and he welcomed them. After that, Lord Krishna would please all of the people. He made them happy by fulfilling their different desires, and when the Lord saw them happy, he also became very much pleased. By the time the Lord finished all these daily activities, his charioteer Durga would come with his wonderful chariot to stand before the Lord with folded hands, intimating that the chariot was ready, and the Lord would come out of all of the palaces and become one to go to the assembly house. After Lord Krishna did his very early morning activities, he would go to the assembly house, known as Sadharma. The significance of the assembly house was that anyone who entered it would be freed from the 6 kinds of material pangs, namely hunger, thirst, lamentation, illusion, old age, and death. Dvarka already was like that because Lord Krishna was present there. After entering the assembly house, he used to sit on the exalted royal throne and would be seen to emanate glaring rays of transcendental effulgence. In the midst of all the great heroes of the Yadu dynasty, Krishna resembled the full moon in the sky, surrounded by multi-luminaries. In the assembly house there were professional jokers, dancers, musicians, and ballet girls, and as soon as the Lord sat on his throne they would begin their respective functions in order to please the Lord and put him in a happy mood. In this way, as devotees, they would offer respectful prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sometimes the learned brahmanas present in that assembly would chant Vedic hymns and explain them to the audience to their best knowledge, and sometimes some of them would recite old historical accounts of the activities of prominent kings. The Lord, accompanied by his associates, would be very much pleased to hear them. Once upon a time, a person arrived at the gateway of the assembly house who was unknown to all the members of the assembly, and with the permission of Lord Krishna he was admitted into the assembly by the doorkeeper. The doorkeeper was ordered to present him before the Lord, and the man appeared and offered his respectful obeisances unto the Lord with folded hands.
My dear Lord, you are the eternal form of transcendental bliss and knowledge. Why, dear Lord, you are the proprietor of all the worlds, and you have incarnated yourself along with your plenary expansion, Lord Balrama. It is said that your appearance in this incarnation is for the purpose of protecting the faithful and destroying the miscreants. Jarasandha has been deputed to give us trouble because of our past misdeeds. But we have heard from revealed scriptures that anyone who surrenders unto your lotus feet immediately becomes immune to the reactions of sinful life. I have therefore been deputed by all the imprisoned kings to wholeheartedly offer ourselves unto your shelter, and we hope that your lordship will now give us full protection. My dear Lord, we know very well that Jarasandha cannot defeat you at any time because your power, strength, resources, and authority are all unlimited. No one can equal you or surpass you. All the kings are very anxious to see you so that they can all personally surrender at your lotus feet. My dear Lord, be merciful upon them and act for their good fortune.
At the very moment the messenger of the imprisoned kings was presenting his appeal before the Lord, the great sage Narada also arrived. The great sage Narada took a comfortable seat, and Lord Krishna worshipped him with all paraphernalia as required for the regular reception of a saintly person. While he was trying to satisfy Naradaji, Lord Krishna spoke the following words in his sweet and natural voice.
The Pandavas are doing well, and King Yudhishthira must have sent you.
Narada spoke as follows.
My dear Lord, I know that you are the all-pervading creator. You are present as the super soul in everyone's heart. You descend to exhibit your different transcendental pastimes, which are illuminating and full of glory. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. My dear Lord, Yudhishthira Maharaj wants to invite you to the Rajasuya.
Narada's proposal that Lord Krishna go to Hastinapura for Maharaja Yudhishthira's great Rajasuya sacrifice did not much appeal to them. Lord Krishna could understand the intentions of his associates because he is the ruler of even Lord Brahma. Therefore, in order to pacify them, he smilingly said to Adhava,
My dear Adhava, you are always my well-wishing confidential friend. I therefore wish to see everything through you because I believe that your counsel is always right. I believe that you understand the whole situation perfectly. Therefore I am asking your opinion.
Adhava knows that Lord Krishna knew everything past, present, and future. However, because the Lord was trying to consult with him, Adhava, in order to render service to the Lord, began to speak.
First of all, let me say that the great sage Narada Muni has requested you to go to Hastinapura to satisfy King Yudhishthira, your cousin, who is making arrangements to perform the great sacrifice known as Rajasuya. At the same time, my lord, I think that if we can somehow or other gain victory over Jarasandha, the imprisoned kings will be released, and with great pleasure we shall enjoy the spread of your transcendental fame at having saved the innocent kings whom Jarasandha has imprisoned.
Lord Krishna decided to go to Hastinapur immediately with his family. Lord Krishna addressed the messenger, who had come from the 20,800 imprisoned kings, that they should not be worried. He would very soon arrange to kill the evil Jarasandha. Thus, he wished good fortune to all the imprisoned kings and the messenger. After receiving this assurance from Lord Krishna, the messenger returned to the imprisoned kings and informed them of the happy news of the Lord's forthcoming visit. All the kings became joyful at the news and began to wait very anxiously for the Lord's arrival. The chariot of Lord Krishna began to proceed, accompanied by many other chariots, along with elephants, cavalry, infantry, and similar royal paraphernalia. This panoramic procession was accompanied by the shouts of the people and was full with a display of different colored flags, umbrellas and whisks, and different varieties of weapons, dress, ornaments, helmets, and armaments. In this way, the procession of Lord Krishna's party advanced towards Hastinapura. When King Yudhishthira heard that Lord Krishna had already arrived in his capital city, Hastinapura, he became so joyful that all his bodily hair stood on end in great ecstasy, and he immediately came out of the city to properly receive him. When Lord Krishna entered the palace, all of the people there became overwhelmed with affection just upon seeing him. Yudhishthira had arranged that they would experience a new feature of reception every day while staying as guests of the Pandavas. Then, Yudhishthira spoke as follows.
My dear Lord Krishna, the sacrifice known as the Rajasuya Yajna is to be performed. As you say in the Bhagavad Gita, persons who are bewildered by material desires worship the demigods, but our purpose is different. I want to perform this Rajasuya sacrifice and invite the demigods to show them that they have no power independent of you. They are all your servants, and you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, I wish to perform this Rajasuya Yajna. I wish to invite all the demigods, beginning from Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and other exalted chiefs of the heavenly planets, and in that great assembly of demigods from all parts of the universe, I want to substantiate that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that everyone is your servant. I want to establish this fact, and I also want to show the world to accept you as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I wish to show the world that one can attain the highest perfection of life simply by taking shelter at your lotus feet, exactly as one can satisfy the branches, twigs, leaves, and flowers of an entire tree simply by watering the root. Thus, if one takes to Krishna consciousness, his life becomes fulfilled both materially and spiritually.
Lord Krishna replied as follows.
I completely support your decision to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. Your brothers are great heroes, and you are the most pious and self-controlled king and are therefore known as Dharmaraja. All of you are so qualified in devotional service unto me. There is no one in the three worlds of the universe, including the powerful demigods, who can surpass my devotees in any of the six opulences, namely wealth, strength, reputation, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. Therefore, if you want to conquer the worldly kings, there is no possibility of their emerging victorious.
Lord Krishna informed Yudhishthira of the plan for conquering King Jarasandha. Bhimasena, Arjuna, and Lord Krishna then started together for Jarivraja, the capital city of Jarasandha. After reaching Jarasandha's city, Jarasandha was defeated. The mission of Lord Krishna is to give protection to righteous persons and to kill the demons who disturb a peaceful situation. Therefore, Lord Krishna immediately called for the son of Jarasandha, whose name was Satyava, and with due ritualistic ceremonies he asked him to occupy the seat of his father and reign over the kingdom peacefully. Lord Krishna is the master of the whole cosmic creation, and he wants everyone to live peacefully and execute Krishna consciousness. After installing Satyava on the throne, he released all the kings and princes who had been imprisoned unnecessarily by Jarasandha. The kings and the princes released by Lord Krishna after the death of Jarasandha were rulers of different parts of the world. Jarasandha was so powerful in military strength that he had conquered all these princes and kings, numbering 20,800. They were all incarcerated within a mountain cave especially constructed as a fort, and for a long time they were kept in that situation. They were released by the grace of Lord Krishna. They began to offer prayers to Lord Krishna as follows.
Dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, Master of all demigods, you can immediately remove all your devotees' pangs because your devotees are fully surrendered unto you. O eternal deity of transcendental bliss and knowledge, you are imperishable, and we offer our respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet. It is by your causeless mercy that we have been released from the imprisonment of Jarasandha. But now we pray unto you to release us from the imprisonment with the illusory energy of this material existence. Please, therefore, stop our continuous cycle of birth and death. We now have sufficient experience of the miserable material condition of life in which we are fully absorbed, and having tasted its bitterness, we have come to take shelter under your lotus feet. One who is engaged in satisfying your senses automatically satisfies his own senses also, and therefore you are known as Govinda. Dear Lord, you are ever famous, for you can put an end to all the miseries of your devotees. Please, therefore, accept us as your surrendered devotees.
Lord Krishna replied,
My dear kings, I bestow upon you my blessings. From this day forth you will be attached to my devotional service without fail. I give you this benediction as you have desired. You may know from me that I am always sitting within your hearts as Supersoul, and because you have now turned your faces towards me, I, as master of everyone, shall always give you good counsel so that you may never forget me and so that gradually you will come back home, back to Godhead. My dear kings, your decision to give up all conceptions of material enjoyment and turn instead toward my devotional service is factually the symptom of your good fortune. Henceforward you will always be blessed with blissful life. I confirm that all you have spoken about me in your prayers is factual. It is a fact that the materially opulent position of one who is not fully Krishna conscious is the cause of his downfall and of his becoming a victim of the illusory energy. In the past, there were many rebellious kings, such as Haihaya, Nahusa, Vina, Ravana, and Narakasura. Some of them were demigods, and some of them were demons, but because of their false perception of their positions, they fell from their exalted posts, and thus they no longer remained the kings of their respective kingdoms. While lost in the violence of conditional life, every one of you must understand that anything material has its starting point, growth, expansion, deterioration, and, finally, disappearance. All material bodies are subjected to these 6 conditions, and any relative acquisitions which are accumulated by this body are definitely subject to final destruction. Therefore, no one should be attached to perishable things. As long as one is within this material body, he should be very cautious in worldly dealings. The most perfect way of life in this material world is simply to be devoted to my transcendental loving service and to honestly execute the prescribed duties of one's particular position of life. As far as you are concerned, you all belong to Kshatriya families. Therefore, you should live honestly, according to the prescribed duties befitting the royal order, and you should make your citizens happy in all respects. Keep to the standard of Kshatriya life. Do not beget children out of sense gratification, but simply take charge of the welfare of the people in general. Everyone takes birth in this material world because of the contaminated desires of his previous life, and thus he is subjected to the stringent laws of nature, such as birth and death, distress and happiness, profit and loss. One should not be disturbed by duality, but should always be fixed in my service and thus remain balanced in mind and satisfied in all circumstances, considering all things to be given by me, and one should remain undeviated from engagement in devotional service. Thus one can live a very happy and peaceful life, even within this material condition. In other words, one should actually be callous to this material body and its byproducts and should remain unaffected by them. He should remain fully satisfied in the interests of the spirit soul and be engaged in the service of the supersoul. One should engage his mind only on me, one should simply become my devotee, one should simply worship me, and one should offer his respectful obeisances unto me alone. In this way, one can cross over this ocean of nescience very easily and at the end come back to me. In conclusion, your lives should constantly be engaged in my service.
After delivering his instructions to the kings and princes, Lord Krishna immediately arranged for their comfort and asked many servants and maidservants to take care of them. Lord Krishna requested Satyava, the son of King Jarasandha, to supply all necessities to the kings and also asked him to show them all respect and honor. Lord Krishna supplied everything for their comfort, as was befitting their royal positions. Since the kings were so mercifully treated by Lord Krishna, they felt great happiness, and all their bright faces appeared just like the stars in the sky after the end of the rainy season. They were all nicely dressed and ornamented, and their earrings glittered. Each one was then seated on a chariot bedecked with gold and jewels and drawn by decorated horses. After seeing that each was taken care of, Lord Krishna, in a sweet voice, asked them to return to their respective kingdoms. By his very liberal behavior, unparalleled in the history of the world, Lord Krishna released all the kings who had been in the clutches of Jarasandha, and being fully satisfied, the kings began to engage in chanting his holy name, thinking of his holy form, and glorifying his transcendental pastimes as the supreme personality of Godhead. So engaged, they returned to their respective kingdoms. The citizens of their kingdoms were very greatly pleased to see them return, and when they heard of the kind dealings of Lord Krishna, they all became very happy. The kings began to manage the affairs of their kingdoms in accordance with the instructions of Lord Krishna, and all those kings and their subjects passed their days very happily. This is the vivid example of the Krishna-conscious society. After feeling happy about Jarasandha's defeat and satisfying Lord Krishna, King Yudhishthira arranged to perform the Rajasuya. He invited all the qualified brahmanas and sages to take part and appointed them to different positions as priests in charge of the sacrificial arena. The Brahmana priests and sages in charge of the sacrificial ceremony constructed the sacrificial arena as usual with a plow and utensils made of gold, and they initiated King Yudhishthira as the performer of the great sacrifice in accordance with Vedic rituals. In order to participate in the great sacrifice performed by King Yudhishthira, all the exalted demigods like Brahma, Shiva, and Indra, accompanied by their associates, predominating deities of higher planetary systems, and as well as famous kings and their queens, were all present by the invitation of King Yudhishthira. King Yudhishthira very respectfully received the special priest who had been engaged to detect any mistake in the formalities of sacrificial procedures. In this age of Kali, there is no such learned Brahmana or priest available. Therefore, all such sacrifices are forbidden. The only sacrifice recommended in the Sastras is the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. Another important procedure is that the most exalted personality in the assembly of such a sacrificial ceremony is first offered worship. Yudhishthira's younger brother, Satyava, began to speak in favor of Lord Krishna. He said,
Lord Krishna, the best amongst the members of the Yadu dynasty and the protector of his devotees, is the most exalted personality in this assembly. Therefore I think that he should without any objection be offered the honor of being worshipped first. Although demigods such as Brahma, Shiva, Indra, and many other exalted personalities are present in this assembly, no one can be equal to or greater than Krishna in terms of time, space, riches, strength, reputation, wisdom, renunciation, or any other consideration.
All the members present in that great sacrificial assembly applauded, confirming his words continuously by saying,
Everything that you have said is completely perfect.
King Yudhishthira worshipped Lord Krishna according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. At that time, all the members present in that assembly stood up with folded hands and began to chant, Jaya, Jaya, Nama, Nama. When all joined together to offer their respectful obeisances to Krishna, there were showers of flowers from the sky. Sisupala was also present. He was an avowed enemy of Krishna for many reasons, especially because of Krishna's having married Rukmini. Sisupala went crazy because of Krishna's being elected the supreme first worshipped person in that meeting, and he behaved so irresponsibly that it appeared that he had lost all his good fortune. All the kings present became very angry and immediately took up their swords and shields to kill Sisupala. Sisupal's friends were ready to fight too. In order to prevent people from dying during Rajasuya, Lord Krishna killed Sisupal. Lord Krishna thus enabled the performance of the Rajasuya Yajna arranged by King Yudhishthira to be successfully completed, and, being requested by his cousins and relatives, he remained in Hastinapura for a few months more. The demigods, the inhabitants of the Pitraloka and Gandharvaloka, as well as many sages, showered flowers from the sky. The men and women of Hastinapura, Indraprastha, their bodies smeared with scents and floral oils, were nicely dressed in colorful garments and decorated with garlands, jewels, and ornaments. They were all enjoying the ceremony, and they threw on each other liquid substances like water, oil, milk, butter, and yogurt. All the liquid substances had been mixed with turmeric and saffron, and their color was a lustrous yellow. In order to observe the great ceremony, many wives of the many demigods had come in different airplanes, and they were visible in the sky. Similarly, the queens of the royal family arrived gorgeously decorated and surrounded by bodyguards on the surface of different palanquins. Following the Rajasuya sacrifice, there was the Vedic ritualistic duty, known as Patnasamayaja. This sacrifice was performed along with one's wife, and it was also duly performed by the priests of King Yudhishthira. Persons who had participated in the Rajasuya sacrifice were all very much satisfied by the dealings of King Yudhishthira, and at the end they happily departed for their residences. After the departure of all others, Maharaja Yudhishthira restrained the inner circle of his friends, including Lord Krishna, by not allowing them to leave. Lord Krishna could not refuse the request of the king. He therefore sent back all the heroes of the Yadu dynasty, like Samba and others. All of them returned to Dwaraka, and Lord Krishna personally remained in order to give pleasure to the king. When Duryodhana saw that Maharaja Yudhishthira had become very famous after performance of the Rajasuya Yajna and was fully satisfied in every respect, he began to burn with a fire of envy because his mind was always poisonous. For one thing, he envied the imperial palace which had been constructed by the demon Maya for the Pandavas. In that great palace, the Pandavas were living with their family members, and Queen Draupadi was there living with the Pandavas very peacefully. Lord Krishna was also there in his multi-forms with the queens. Duryodhana became envious. He became especially envious and lustful upon seeing the beauty of Draupadi, because he had cherished a special attraction for her from the very beginning of her marriage with the Pandavas. In the marriage selection assembly of Draupadi, Duryodhana had also been present, and with other princes he had been very much captivated by the beauty of Draupadi, but had failed to achieve her. Once upon a time, King Yudhishthira was sitting on the golden throne in the palace constructed by the demon Maya. His 4 brothers and other relatives, as well as his great well-wisher, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, were present, and the material opulence of King Yudhishthira seemed no less than that of Lord Brahma. When he was sitting on the throne surrounded by his friends, and the reciters were offering prayers to him in the form of nice songs, Duryodhana, with his younger brother, came to the palace. Duryodhana was decorated with a helmet, and he carried a sword in his hand. He was always in an envious and angry mood, and therefore, on a slight provocation, he spoke sharply with the doorkeepers and became angry. He was irritated because he failed to distinguish between water and land. By the craftsmanship of the demon Maya, the palace was so decorated in different places that one who did not know the tricks would consider water to be land and land to be water. Duryodhana was also illusioned by this craftsmanship, and when he was crossing water thinking it to be land, he fell down. When Duryodhana, out of his foolishness, had thus fallen, the queens enjoyed the incident by laughing. King Yudhishthira could understand the feelings of Duryodhana, and he tried to restrain the queens from laughing, but Lord Krishna indicated that King Yudhishthira should not restrain them from enjoying the incident. Krishna desired that Duryodhana might be fooled in that way, and that all of them might enjoy his foolish behavior. When everyone laughed, Duryodhana felt very insulted, and his hairs stood up in anger. Being thus insulted, he immediately left the palace. When Duryodhana left in such an angry mood, everyone regretted the incident, and King Yudhishthira also became very sorry. It appeared that it was a part of Krishna's plan in his mission to decrease the burden of the demoniac men in this world. Demon Salva was a great friend of Sisupala's. When evil Sisupala wanted to marry Rukmini, Salva was there. When there was a fight between the soldiers of the Lord Krishna's Yadu dynasty and the kings of the opposite side, Salva demon was defeated by the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. Demon Salva did severe austerities and begged from Shiva the gift of an airplane which would be so strong that it could not be destroyed by any demigod, demon, human being. Salva flew it to the city of Dwaraka because his main purpose in obtaining the airplane was to attack the city of the Yadus, toward whom he maintained a continual feeling of animosity. Salva not only attacked the city of Dwaraka from the sky, but he also surrounded the city by a large number of infantry. The soldiers on the surface began to attack the beautiful spots of the city. They began to destroy the baths, the city gates, the palaces, and the skyscraper houses, the high walls around the city, and the beautiful spots where the people would gather for recreation. While the soldiers were attacking on the surface, the airplane began to drop big slabs of stone, tree trunks, thunderbolts, poisonous snakes, and many other dangerous things. Salva also managed to create such a strong whirlwind within the city that all of Dwaraka became dark because of the dust that covered the sky. The great heroes of Dwaraka city, headed by commanders such as Pradyumna, counterattacked the soldiers and the airplane of Salva. On the other fronts, heroes like Gada, Satyaki, and Samba were killing the soldiers of Salva. The soldiers staying with Salva in the airplane were also killed in the fighting, and they fell into the ocean. While the fight was going on in the city of Dwaraka, Lord Krishna was staying at Indraprastha with the Pandavas and King Yudhishthira. This fighting with Salva took place after the Rajasuya Yajna had been performed by King Yudhishthira and after the killing of Sisupal. When Lord Krishna understood that there was great danger in the city of Dwaraka, he took leave and started immediately for Dwaraka. Lord Krishna placed Balaramaji in a strategic position for the protection of the city, and he himself asked his charioteer, Dwaraka, to prepare to start. He said,
Dwaraka, please immediately take me to where Salva is staying.
The chariot of Lord Krishna was marked with the flag bearing the insignia of Garuda, and as soon as the soldiers and warriors of the Yadu dynasty saw the flag, they could understand that Lord Krishna was on the battlefield. By this time, almost all the soldiers of Salva had been killed, but when Salva saw that Krishna had come to the battlefield, he released a great, powerful weapon, which flew through the sky with a roaring sound like a great meteor. It was so bright that the whole sky was lit up by its presence. But as soon as Lord Krishna appeared, he tore the great weapon into hundreds and thousands of pieces by releasing his own arrows. Lord Krishna struck Salva with 16 arrows, and with showers of arrows he overpowered the airplane, just as the sun in a clear sky overpowers the whole sky by an unlimited number of molecules of sunshine. Salva struck a severe blow to Krishna's left side. Salva thought that he had become victorious, and with a roaring sound he addressed Lord Krishna as follows.
You defeated my friend, Sisupal. Everyone thinks that you are a great fighter and that no one can conquer you. So now you'll have to prove your strength. I think that if you stand before me any longer, with my sharp arrows, I shall send you to a place wherefrom you will never return.
To this Lord Krishna replied,
Foolish Salva, you are talking nonsensically. You do not know that the moment of death is already upon your head. Actual heroes do not talk much. They prove their prowess by practical exhibition of chivalrous activities.
After saying this, Lord Krishna, in great anger, struck Salva. Salva was defeated. In this way, after killing Salva and destroying his wonderful airplane, and then killing Dantavakra and Viduratha, Lord Krishna at last entered his city, Dwaraka. It would not have been possible for anyone but Lord Krishna to kill these demons, and therefore all the demigods from heaven and the human beings on the surface of the globe were glorifying Lord Krishna. He is the supreme personality of Godhead, and no one can defeat him. Lord Krishna always remains victorious over everyone. Long ago, when Lord Shiva was dancing in his celebrated fashion called Tandavanartaya, for which he is known as Natraja, Banasura helped Lord Shiva in his dancing by rhythmically beating drums with his 1,000 hands. Being pleased with Banasura, Lord Shiva said,
Whatever you desire you can have from me because I am very much pleased with you.
Banasura replied,
My dear Lord, if you please, you can remain in my city just to protect me from the hands of my enemies. Sometimes I feel a great tendency to fight with my arms, and I go out to find a suitable warrior. Unfortunately, everyone flees, knowing my extraordinary power, being baffled at not finding a match. I simply satisfy the itching of my arms by beating them against the mountains. In this way, I tear many great mountains to pieces.
Lord Shiva realized that his benediction had become troublesome for Banasura and addressed him.
You rascal. You are very eager to fight, but since you have no one to fight with, you are distressed. Although you think that there is no one in the world to oppose you except me, I say that you will eventually find even more a competent person. At that time your days will come to an end, and your flag of victory will no longer fly. Then you will see your false prestige smashed to pieces.
After hearing Lord Shiva's statement, Banasura became very puffed up with his power. He was elated that he would meet someone who would be able to smash him to pieces. Demons misuse their powers by smashing mountains and hurting people, whereas good heroic devotees like Arjuna help people. Banasura had a very beautiful daughter whose name was Usha. When she had attained the age of marriage and was sleeping, she dreamt one night of a very handsome prince, Anirudh. She had never actually seen him nor heard of him before. She awoke from her dream exclaiming very loudly,
My dear beloved, where are you?
Being exposed to her other friends in this way, she became a little embarrassed. One of Usha's friends was Citralekha, who was the daughter of Banasura's prime minister. Citralekha and Usha were intimate friends, and out of great curiosity, Citralekha asked,
My dear beautiful princess, as of yet you are not married to any young boy, nor have you seen any boys until now in your dream. So I am surprised that you are exclaiming like this. Who are you searching after? Who is your suitable match?
On hearing Citralekha's inquiries, Usha replied,
My dear friend, in my dream I saw a nice young man who is very, very handsome. His complexion is swarthy, his eyes are just like lotus petals, and he is dressed in yellow garments. His arms are very long, and his general bodily features are so pleasing that any young girl would be attracted. As soon as he disappeared from my dream, I have been thrown into the whirlpool of disappointment. My dear friend, I am very anxious to find this wonderful young man, the desired lord of my heart.
After hearing Usha's words, Citralekha immediately replied,
I can understand your bereavement, and I assure you that if this boy is within these three worlds, the upper, middle, and lower planetary systems, I must find him for your satisfaction. If you can identify him from your dream, I shall bring you peace of mind. Now, let me draw some pictures for you to inspect, and as soon as you find the picture of your desired husband, let me know. It doesn't matter where he is. I know the art of bringing him here. So as soon as you identify him, I shall immediately arrange for it.
Citralekha, while talking, began to draw many pictures of the demigods inhabiting the higher planetary systems, as well as many human beings. The statements of Srimad Bhagavatam and other Vedic literature prove definitely that on each and every planet there are living entities of different varieties. Then she drew Lord Krishna and many others. When Usha saw the picture of Pradyumna, she became a little bashful, but when she saw the picture of Anirudh, she became so bashful that she immediately lowered her head and smiled, having found the man she was seeking. She identified the picture to Citralekha as that of the person who had stolen her heart. Citralekha was a great mystic yogini, and as soon as Usha identified the picture, although neither of them had ever seen him nor knew his name, Citralekha could immediately understand that the picture was of Anirudh, a grandson of Krishna. That very night, she traveled in outer space, and within a very short time reached the city of Dwaraka. She entered the palace and found Anirudh sleeping in his bedroom on a very opulent bed. Citralekha, by her mystic power, immediately brought Anirudh, in that sleeping condition, to the city of Sanadapura so that Usha might see her desired husband. Usha immediately bloomed in happiness, secretly married, and began to enjoy the company of Anirudh with great satisfaction. The palace in which Usha and Citralekha lived was so well fortified that it was impossible for any male to either enter or see inside. Usha and Anirudh lived together in the palace, and day after day the love of Usha for Anirudh grew 4 times upon 4 times. Usha pleased Anirudh with her valuable dresses, flowers, by his sitting place were other paraphernalia for residential purposes, nice drinks such as milk and sherbet, and nice eatables which could be chewed or swallowed. Usha made Anirudh forget all other things and was able to draw his attention and love upon her without deviation. In such an atmosphere of love and sweetness, Anirudh practically forgot himself and could not recall how many days he had been away from his real home. In due course of time, the housekeeper and the watchman of the palace saw that something was going on with Usha. Banasura was shocked. He rushed towards the other palace, where Usha was living. There he saw that Usha and Anirudh were sitting together and talking. Usha and Anirudh looked very beautiful together, Anirudh being the son of Pradyumna, who is Cupid himself. Banasura saw his daughter and Anirudh as a suitable match, yet for family prestige, he did not like the combination at all. Banasura could not understand who the boy actually was. He appreciated the fact that Usha could not have selected anyone in the 3 worlds more beautiful. Anirudh's complexion was brilliant and swarthy. He was dressed in yellow garments and had eyes just like lotus petals. His arms were very long, and he had nice, curling, bluish hair. The glaring rays of his glittering earrings and the beautiful smile on his lips were certainly captivating. Still, Banasura was very angry. Anirudh knew, however, that his would-be father-in-law was not at all pleased and that he was gathering many soldiers in the palace to attack him. Thus, not finding any other weapon, Anirudh took hold of a big iron rod and stood up before Banasura and his soldiers. He firmly took a posture indicating that if he were attacked, he would strike all of the soldiers down to the ground with the iron rod. Banasura and his company of soldiers saw that the boy was standing before them just like the superintendent of death, with his invincible rod. Now, under the order of Banasura, the soldiers from all sides attempted to capture and arrest him. When they dared to come before him, Anirudh struck them with the rod, breaking their heads, legs, arms and thighs, and one after another they began to fall to the ground. He killed them just as the leader of a flock of hawks kills barking dogs, one after another. In this way, Anirudh was able to escape the palace. Banasura knew various arts of fighting, and by the grace of Shiva, he knew how to arrest his opposing enemy by the use of a nagapasa, snake noose, and so Anirudh was seized as he came out of the palace. When Usha received the news that her father had arrested Anirudh, she became overwhelmed with grief and confusion. Tears began to glide down her eyes, and being unable to check herself, she began to cry very loudly. The whole story was disclosed in Dwarka. Lord Krishna and the members of the Yadu dynasty prepared to attack the city of Sanadapura.
Banasura heard that Lord Krishna and the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty were around his city. Becoming very angry, he immediately ordered his soldiers, who were of equal caliber, to go and face them. Lord Shiva was so kind to Banasura that he personally came as the commander-in-chief of the military force, assisted by his heroic sons Kartikeya and Ganpati. Lord Shiva, seated on his favorite bull, led the fighting against Lord Krishna and Balrama. The fighting was so fierce that those who saw the battle were struck with wonder, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. Lord Shiva was engaged in fighting directly with Lord Krishna. Pradyumna was engaged with Kartikeya. Lord Balrama was engaged with Banasura's commander-in-chief, Kamhanda, who was assisted by Kupakarna. Samba, the son of Krishna, was engaged in fighting with the son of Banasura. Banasura was engaged in fighting with Satyaki, commander-in-chief of the Yadu dynasty. News of the fighting spread all over the universe. Demigods such as Lord Brahma, great sages and saintly persons, Siddhas, Karanas and Gandhars all being very curious to see the fight between Lord Shiva, Lord Krishna and their assistants. They were hovering over the battlefield in their airplanes. Lord Shiva is called the Buddhanatha, being assisted by various types of powerful ghosts. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna simply drove all these ghosts away from the battlefield, beating them with his celebrated bow, Sarngadana.
Lord Shiva then began to release all his selected weapons upon the personality of Godhead. Lord Sri Krishna, without any difficulty, counteracted all these weapons with counterweapons. He counteracted the Brahmastra, similar to the atomic bomb, by another Brahmastra, and an air weapon by a mountain weapon. When Lord Shiva released a particular weapon, bringing about a violent hurricane on the battlefield, Lord Krishna presented just the opposing element, a mountain weapon which checked the hurricane on the spot. Similarly, when Lord Shiva released his weapon of devastating fire, Lord Krishna counteracted it with torrents of rain. At last, when Lord Shiva released his personal weapon, called Pasapadasastra, Krishna immediately counteracted it by the Narayana Sastra. Lord Shiva then became exasperated in fighting with Lord Krishna. Krishna then took the opportunity to release his yawning weapon. Lord Shiva became so fatigued that he refused to fight anymore and began to yawn. Krishna was now able to turn his attention from the attack of Lord Shiva to the efforts of Banasura, and he began to kill his personal soldiers with swords and clubs. Meanwhile, Lord Krishna's son Pradyumna was fighting fiercely with Kartikeya. Kartikeya was wounded, and his body was bleeding profusely. In this condition, he left the battlefield and, without fighting anymore, rode away on the back of his peacock carrier. Similarly, Lord Balrama was smashing Banasura's commander-in-chief, Kumbhanda, with the strokes of his club. Kumbhakarna was also wounded in this way, and both he and Kumbhanda fell on the battlefield, the commander-in-chief being fatally wounded. Without guidance, all of Banasura's soldiers scattered here and there. When Banasura saw that his soldiers and commanders had been defeated, his anger only increased. He thought it wise to stop fighting with Satyaki, Krishna's commander-in-chief, and instead directly attacked Lord Krishna. Now having the opportunity to use his 1,000 hands, he rushed towards Krishna, simultaneously working 500 bows and 2,000 arrows. Such a foolish person could never measure Krishna's strength. Immediately, without any difficulty, Krishna cut each of Banasura's bows into 2 pieces and, to check him from going further, made his chariot horses lay on the ground. The chariot then broke to pieces. After doing this, Krishna blew his conch shell, Pankajanya. There was a demigoddess named Katara who was worshipped by Banasura, and their relationship was as mother and son. Mother Katara was upset that Banasura's life was in danger, so she appeared on the scene. Without clothes and scattered hair, she stood before Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna does not like seeing anyone naked, and to avoid seeing her, he turned his face. Remember, when Lord Krishna, as a 7-year-old, taught the other 7-year-old gopis to never bathe in water without clothes. Lord Krishna is teaching us to avoid seeing people naked. Banasura, getting this chance to escape Krishna's attack, left the battlefield. All the strings of his bows were broken, and there was no chariot or driver, so he had no alternative than to return to his city. He lost everything in the battle. Being greatly harassed by the arrows of Krishna, all the associates of Lord Shiva, the hobgoblins and ghosts, left the battlefield. Lord Shiva then took to his last resort. He released his greatest death weapon, known as Sivajvara, which destroys by excessive temperature. As there is a Sivajvara weapon, there is also a Naryanajara. Naryanajara is represented by excessive cold. When there is excessive heat, one can somehow or other tolerate it, but when there is excessive cold, everything collapses. This is actually experienced by a person at the time of death. At the time of death, the temperature of the body first of all increases to 107 degrees, and then the whole body collapses and immediately becomes as cold as ice. When excessive heat is counteracted by extreme cold, it is natural for the hot temperature to gradually reduce. And this is what occurred in the fight between Sivajvara and Naryanajara. Gradually, Sivajvara's temperature diminished, and Sivajvara began to cry for help from Lord Shiva. But Lord Shiva was unable to help him in the presence of the Naryanajara. Unable to get any help from Lord Shiva, the Sivajvara could understand that he had no means of escape outside surrendering unto Narayana, Lord Krishna himself. Lord Shiva, the greatest of the demigods, could not help him, what to speak of the lesser demigods. and therefore Sivajvara ultimately surrendered unto Krishna, bowing before him and offering a prayer so that the Lord might be pleased and give him protection. By this incidence of the fight between the ultimate weapons of Lord Shiva and Lord Krishna, it is proved that if Krishna gives someone protection, no one can kill him. But if Krishna does not give one any protection, then no one can save him. Lord Shiva is called Mahadeva, greatest of all demigods, although sometimes Lord Brahma is considered the greatest of all demigods because he can create, whereas Lord Shiva can annihilate the creations of Brahma. But both Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva act only in one capacity. Lord Brahma can create, and Lord Shiva can annihilate, but neither of them can maintain. Lord Vishnu, who is Lord Krishna from whom Lord Vishnu expands, however, not only maintains, but he creates and annihilates also. Factually, the creation is not affected by Brahma, because Brahma himself is created by Lord Vishnu. Lord Shiva is created or born of Brahma. The Sivajvara thus understood that without Krishna or Narayana, no one could help him. He therefore rightly took shelter of Lord Krishna and, with folded hands, began to pray as follows to Lord Krishna.
My dear Lord, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you because you have unlimited potencies. No one can surpass your potencies, and thus you are the Lord of everyone. Generally, people consider Lord Shiva to be the most powerful personality in the material world, but Lord Shiva is not all-powerful. You are all-powerful. This is factual. You are the original consciousness or knowledge. My Lord, you are complete knowledge, and there is not a pinch of material contamination in your personality. Lord Shiva may be a powerful demigod because of his specific power to annihilate the whole creation, and similarly, Lord Brahma may be very powerful because he can create the entire universe. But actually neither Brahma nor Lord Shiva is the original cause of this cosmic manifestation. You are the absolute truth, the supreme Brahman, and you are the original cause. My dear Lord, I beg to submit that I have been very greatly chastised by the release of your Narayana. It is certainly very cooling yet, at the same time, very severely dangerous and unbearable for all of us. My dear Lord, as long as one is forgetful of Krishna consciousness, driven by the spell of material desires and ignorant of the ultimate shelter at your lotus feet, because one does not surrender unto you, he therefore continues to suffer perpetually.
After hearing the Sivajvara, Lord Krishna replied,
O three-headed one, I am pleased with your statement. Be assured there is no more suffering for you from the Narayana. Not only are you now free from fear of Narayana, but anyone in the future who simply recollects this fight between Sivajvara and Narayana will also be freed from all kinds of fearfulness.
After Lord Krishna blessed Shivara, Banasura somehow or other recovered from his setbacks and, with rejuvenated energy, returned to fight. This time Banasura appeared before Lord Krishna with different kinds of weapons in his 1,000 hands. He began to splash his different weapons, like torrents of rain, upon the body of Lord Krishna. When Lord Krishna saw the weapons of Banasura coming at him, like water coming out of a strainer, he took his sharp-edged Sudarsana disc and began to cut off the demon's 1,000 hands one after another, just as a gardener trims the twigs of a tree with sharp cutters. When Lord Shiva saw that his devotee Banasura could not be saved even in his presence, he came to his senses and personally came before Lord Krishna and began to pacify him by offering the following prayers. Lord Shiva said,
My dear Lord, you are the worshipable object of the Vedic hymns. My dear Lord, all the demigods, including myself and Lord Brahma, as well as great saintly persons and sages who have cleansed their hearts of this material attachment, have, by your grace, wholeheartedly taken shelter of your lotus feet. We have accepted you as the Supreme Lord and the dearmost life and soul of all of us. You are the original cause of this cosmic manifestation, you are its supreme maintainer, and you are the cause of its dissolution also. You are equal to everyone, the most peaceful supreme friend of every living entity. You are the supreme worshipable object for every one of us. My dear Lord, let us always be engaged in your transcendental loving service, so that we may get free from this material entanglement. Lastly, my Lord, I may inform you that this Banasura is very dear to me. He has rendered very valuable service unto me, therefore I want to see him always happy. Being pleased with him, I have given him the assurance of safety. I pray to you, my lord, that as you were pleased upon his forefathers King Prahlada and Bali Maharaja, you will also be pleased with him.
Lord Krishna addressed him.
My dear Lord Shiva, I accept your statements, and your desire for Banasura is also accepted by me. I know that this Banasura is the son of Bali Maharaja, and as such I cannot kill him because that is my promise. I gave a benediction to King Prahlada that all the demons who would appear in his family would never be killed by me. Therefore, without killing this Banasura, I have simply cut off his arms to deprive him of his false prestige. The large number of soldiers which he was maintaining became a burden on this earth, and I have killed them all in order to minimize the burden. Now he has 4 remaining arms, and he will remain immortal, without being affected by the material pains and pleasures. I know that he is one of the chief devotees of your lordship, so you can now rest assured that henceforward he need have no fear from anything.
When Banasura was benedicted by Lord Krishna in this way, he came before the Lord and bowed down before him, touching his head to the earth. He immediately arranged to bring Anirudh along with his daughter Usha, seated on a nice chariot, and presented them before Lord Krishna. After this, Lord Krishna took charge of Anirudh and Usha. Thus, keeping forward a division of 1 Oxahini of soldiers, Krishna began to proceed toward Dvaraka. In the meantime, all the people at Dvaraka, having received the news that Lord Krishna was returning with Anirudh and Usha in great opulence, decorated every corner of the city with flags, festoons, and garlands. All the big roads and crossings were carefully cleansed and sprinkled with sandalwood pulp mixed with water. Everywhere there was the flavor of sandalwood. All the citizens, accompanied by their friends and relatives, welcomed Lord Krishna with great pomp and jubilation. At that time, there was a tumultuous vibration of conch shells and drums and bugles to receive the Lord. In this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, entered his capital, Dvaraka.
After Lord Krishna left Hastinapur to fight Salva and Dvarka, Duryodhan was planning how to take away all of the Pandavas' wealth. Duryodhan had become even more extremely envious of the Pandavas after the Rajasya ceremony, when he saw how Lord Krishna made the barren land Duryodhan's father, Dhritarashtra, had given as the Pandavas' share, into a gorgeous, opulent kingdom. Duryodhan started planning with his evil uncle, Sakuni, on how to take away all of the opulence Pandavas had. Sakuni was expert in playing the game of dice. He could cheat very well with dice. In those days, when a king was invited to play the game of dice, he was not allowed to refuse. The Pandavas are always righteous and moralistic. They always helped anyone in need, and therefore people loved them. Lord Krishna loves them for that. Due to the royal custom in those days, the Pandavas reluctantly had to go play the game of dice, even though they were not good at it. They never wanted to gamble since they knew it was wrong and dangerous. They had no choice because it was like a duel. The moral they are teaching us is to never gamble. It is a sin because gambling is driven by greed. Of course, the Pandavas had no greed. They were always satisfied with whatever they had. They needed to be the leaders to help the innocent people. Duryodhan had greed, and he was extremely envious of the Pandavas. Knowing that the Pandavas, headed by King Yudhishthir, were not good with game of dice, and nor were they interested in learning sinful things like gambling, Duryodhan wanted to take advantage of that to take everything the Pandavas had for himself. But because the Pandavas are great devotees of Lord Krishna, you will see their victory. Lord Krishna gives his devotees all protection and success. Like Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita,
I preserve what my devotee has, and provide what he lacks.
At the end of the game of dice, Duryodhan won and wanted to have Draupadi, but Draupadi, being a chaste and moralistic married lady, did not want him. Therefore, in the presence of everyone, he wanted to have Draupadi disrobed. Draupadi prayed to Lord Krishna for help. Even though Lord Krishna was not present physically and he was busy fighting demons, Lord Krishna, being God, he protected Draupadi by constantly supplying more and more sari. This great miracle happened. Lord Krishna is present everywhere in each and every atom and heart. He always protects his devotees. Duryodhan was doomed because he tried to dishonor an innocent lady. One of the Pandava brothers named Bhim took a vow to kill Duryodhan for trying to disrobe Draupadi. Fortunately, by Lord Krishna's help, Draupadi was protected and not disrobed. Any abominable act such as disrobing, committing rape, killing, or harming innocent people is strongly condemned throughout the Vedic scriptures. Such actions are punished by God. Duryodhan had the Pandavas and Draupadi exiled into the forest. Envy, greed, lust, anger happen in this material world, but Pandava's story teaches us how to deal with bad people in this world. In the material world, we all are doing good or bad work. Due to our past or this life's good or bad activities, we all have to go through the good or bad reactions. But once you are surrendered unto God, and only doing good by being on the righteous and moralistic path, Lord Krishna protects you. All this is explained in the Bhagavad Gita by God, Lord Krishna himself. Even though the Pandavas and Draupadi were living in the forest, they lived happily because they were spiritual and always conscious of Lord Krishna. We should learn from the Pandavas to be Krishna-conscious, moralistic, peaceful, and having faith in Lord Krishna that everything is fine and will get even better because Lord Krishna is taking care of us. One day, Duryodhan wanted to see how the Pandavas were doing, so he decided to secretly see them. He noticed that they were still happy and peaceful. He became jealous of that and decided to send a sage named Durvasa Muni. If for any reason Durvasa Muni would get upset, he would lay a curse on that person. Since Duryodhan heard that the Pandavas had a magical food pot that once it would be emptied and cleaned for the day, it would not supply any food, Duryodhan decided that it would be the perfect time to send Durvasa Muni with his 60,000 disciples to be fed by the Pandavas. By sending Durvasa Muni, when the magical pot was empty, Duryodhana was hoping that Durvasa will curse the Pandavas and Draupadi. This did not happen, because when the Pandavas found out that Durvasa Muni was coming with his 60,000 disciples, they prayed to Lord Krishna for help. Quickly Lord Krishna came and asked Draupadi to give him the empty pot so that he could eat. Draupadi said that nothing was in it except for one sticky rice in the pot. She was hesitant to give it to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna said to not worry. Lord Krishna ate the one sticky rice and felt completely satisfied. At the same time when Lord Krishna was satisfied, Durvasa Muni and the 60,000 sages felt full too. As a result, they did not want any food from the Pandavas and Draupadi, so they quickly left the area. See how Lord Krishna always protects his devotees. Therefore, we should always pray to Lord Krishna and do good things in the world. We are all one big family under God, who is our father and mother. We all can live peacefully in this way with each other, animals, nature, and so on. 13 years passed by successfully by the Pandavas and Draupadi by Lord Krishna's grace. When the time came for Duryodhan to give back the kingdom to the Pandavas, Duryodhan refused. Lord Krishna went to Duryodhan to ask him to just give even 5 villages, that is not even half of their share of the kingdom. Still, Duryodhan said,
I will not give land that even fits on the size of the tip on a needle. I would rather have war.
Lord Krishna said,
Peace is better than war to avoid unnecessary deaths.
Lord Krishna wanted peace, but Duryodhan wanted war. Kauravas did not want Lord Krishna to take part in the war, because whichever side Lord Krishna would be on, the opposing side would be wiped out by Lord Krishna, like Salva and his army, Jarasanda's army, and so on. One day, both Duryodhana and Arjuna approached Lord Krishna for his support. Lord Krishna offered his entire army equipments to one and himself to other with a condition that he will not take up arms during the war. While Duryodhana triumphantly accepted the military equipments, Arjuna chose the non-fighting Lord Krishna. Just before the war started, Arjuna became emotional and started to talk to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna spoke what is written in the Bhagavad Gita. Here are some of the verses spoken. Arjuna said,
Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me clearly what is best for me. Now I am your disciple, and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. I can find no means to drive away this grief which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to destroy it even if I win an unrivaled kingdom on the earth with sovereignty like that of the demigods in heaven.
The blessed Lord Krishna said,
While speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress, and their disappearance in due course, are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scion of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Perform your duty and abandon all attachment to success or failure. Such evenness of mind is called yoga. O Dhananjaya, rid yourself of all fruitive activities by devotional service, and surrender fully to that consciousness. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. A person engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad actions even in this life. The wise, engaged in devotional service, take refuge in the Lord and free themselves from the cycle of birth and death by renouncing the fruits of action in the material world. In this way they can attain that state beyond all miseries. One who restrains his senses and fixes his consciousness upon me is known as a person of steady intelligence. When a person, while contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment lust develops, and from lust anger arises. From anger, delusion arises, and from delusion bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. Without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Even kings like Janaka and others attain the perfectional stage by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action is performed by a great man, common men follow in his footsteps. And whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. O son of Partha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the 3 planetary systems. Nor am I in want of anything, nor have I need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in work. For, if I did not engage in work, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. If I should cease to work, then all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would also be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all sentient beings. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, similarly the learned may also act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. Let not the wise disrupt the minds of the ignorant who are attached to fruitive action. They should not be encouraged to refrain from work, but to engage in work in the spirit of devotion. It is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material modes of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring, sinful enemy of this world. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning curb this great symbol of sin by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to material senses, mind, and intelligence, one should control the lower self by the higher self and thus, by spiritual strength, conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun demigod, Vivasvan, and Vivasvan instructed it to Manu, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikvku. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. And wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. When one is enlightened with the knowledge by which nescience is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. When one's intelligence, mind, faith and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. The humble sage, by virtue of true knowledge, sees with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog and a dog-eater, outcast. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is to be understood as already situated in transcendence. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure or external objects, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. One who is beyond duality and doubt, whose mind is engaged within, who is always busy working for the welfare of all sentient beings, and who is free from all sins, achieves liberation in the Supreme. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. There is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung on a thread. I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and ability in man. Know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all powerful men. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. For kinds of pious men render devotional service unto me, the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Of these, the wise one who is in full knowledge and union with me through pure devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him, and he is dear to me. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider verily to dwell in me. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he attains me. Those whose minds are distorted by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as the Supersoul. As soon as one desires to worship the demigods, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to some particular deity. Endowed with such a faith, he seeks favors of a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men, who know me not, think that I have assumed this form and personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is changeless and supreme. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my eternal creative potency, Yogamaya, and so the deluded world knows me not, who am unborn and infallible. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. All living entities are born into delusion, overcome by the dualities of desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful actions are completely eradicated and who are freed from the duality of delusion, engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahmin because they entirely know everything about transcendental and fruitive activities. Those who know me as the Supreme Lord, as the governing principle of the material manifestation, who know me as the one underlying all the demigods and as the one sustaining all sacrifices, can, with steadfast mind, understand and know me even at the time of death. Because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most secret wisdom, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful on the path of devotional service cannot attain me, but return to birth and death in this material world. Higher universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, still myself is the very source of creation. At the end of the millennium, every material manifestation enters into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency I again create. The whole cosmic order is under me. By my will it is manifested again and again, and by my will it is annihilated at the end. All this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached, seated as though neutral. This material nature is working under my direction, and it is producing all moving and unmoving beings. By its rule this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature and my supreme dominion over all that be. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demonic and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. Those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Others, who are engaged in the cultivation of knowledge, worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, diverse in many, and in the universal form. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier and the syllable Om. I am also the Arche, the Sama, and the Yajurvedas. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. O Arjuna, I control heat, the rain and the drought. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both being and non-being are in me. Those who worship me with devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and preserve what they have. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. Those who worship ancestors go to the ancestors, and those who worship me will live with me. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I will accept it. All that you do, all that you eat, all that you offer and give away, as well as all austerities that you may perform, should be done as an offering unto me. In this way you will be freed from all reactions to good and evil deeds, and by this principle of renunciation you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all. But whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, offer obeisances and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me.
Arjuna wanted to see Lord Krishna in his universal form. Arjuna said,
My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled together in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and many sages and divine serpents. All the demigods are surrendering and entering into you. They are very much afraid, and with folded hands they are singing the Vedic hymns. O all-pervading Vishnu, I can no longer maintain my equilibrium. Seeing your radiant colors fill the skies and beholding your eyes and mouths, I am afraid. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation, the worshipable chief, the spiritual master. No one is equal to you, nor can anyone be one with you. Within the three worlds, you are immeasurable after seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before. I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead. O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe.
When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said,
Seeing this human-like form, so very beautiful, my mind is now pacified, and I am restored to my original nature.
The blessed Lord Krishna said,
You are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. My dear Arjuna, one who is engaged in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of previous activities and from mental speculation, who is friendly to every living entity, certainly comes to me. There are three gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane person should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. The person who has escaped these three gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination.
According to the Bhagavad Gita chapter 9 text 30, if a person in the past committed sin like eating meat etc., has now stopped doing that, Lord Krishna says that if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated. Remember, no one should take advantage of this verse and commit nonsense and think that he is still a devotee. One of the great offense and sin is to commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy name of the Lord. In the 7th chapter, the Lord says that one who is engaged in mischievous activities cannot become a devotee of the Lord. One who is not a devotee of the Lord has no good qualifications whatsoever. The question remains, then, how can a person engaged in abominable activities either by accident or intention be a pure devotee? This question may justly be raised. The miscreants, as stated in the 7th chapter, who never come to the devotional service of the Lord, have no good qualifications, as is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Generally, a devotee who is engaged in the 9 kinds of devotional activities is engaged in the process of cleansing all material contamination from the heart. He puts the Supreme Personality of Godhead within his heart, and all sinful contaminations are naturally washed away. Continuous thinking of the Supreme Lord makes him pure by nature. The general instruction for everyone is to chant the names of Hari, e.g., in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and avoid all sinful activities, meat eating, intoxication, illicit sex, and gambling. By this process, progressively one rises from tamas to rajas to in chapter 16, verse 21, Krishna warns that these 3 vices such as lust, greed, and anger are the foundation for other vices and are gateways to hell. In chapter 18, verse 62, Krishna says that surrendering to God destroys the record of sinful deeds from past lifetimes. In chapter 18, verse 65, he outlines how to surrender by offering one's heart, mind, and life to Krishna.
O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. For you do not work in such consciousness but act through false ego. Not hearing me, you will be lost. O scion of Bharata, surrender unto me utterly. By my grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Thus I have explained to you the most confidential of all knowledge. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you wish to do. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you the most confidential part of knowledge. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Always think of me and become my devotee. Worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. This confidential knowledge may not be explained to those who are not austere, or devoted, or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation worships me by his intelligence. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reaction and attains to the planets where the pious dwell. O conqueror of wealth, Arjuna, have you heard this attentively with your mind? And are your illusions and ignorance now dispelled?
Arjuna said,
My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy, and I am now firm and free from doubt and am prepared to act according to your instructions.
Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, who heard all this talk between Lord Krishna and Arjuna.
Thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Lord Krishna and Arjuna. And so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. O King, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure, being thrilled at every moment. O King, when I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with even greater wonder, and I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality.
The unscrupulous evil kings who joined with Duryodhana were killed during the Kurukshetra war. Their duration of life having decreased for their rough handling of the hair of Queen Draupadi and many more bad things they did. The good pious Pandavas were able to defeat the evil opposing enemies. When a person is good, God is on that side, and not on the side of the evil. This is why the Pandavas were victorious by the grace of God, Lord Krishna. After many spiritual ceremonies and establishing Yudhisthira Maharaj, the eldest of the Pandava brothers, as the virtuous, caring, and moralistic leader of the people in Indraprastha, Lord Krishna was starting to leave for Dwarka. As soon as he seated himself on the chariot to start for Dwarka, he saw Athura hurrying toward him in fear. Athura said,
O Lord of Lords, Lord of the universe, you are the greatest of mystics. Please protect me, for there is no one else who can save me from the clutches of death in this world of duality. O my Lord, you are all-powerful. A fiery iron arrow is coming towards me fast. My Lord, please do not let it burn and abort my embryo. Please do me this favor, my Lord.
Lord Sri Krishna, who is always very affectionate to his devotees, could at once understand that Asvatthama, the son of Drona, had thrown the Brahmastra to finish the last life in the Pandava family. The almighty personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, having observed that a great danger was befalling his unalloyed devotees, who were fully surrendered souls, at once took up his Sudarsana disc to protect them. The Lord of supreme mysticism, Sri Krishna, resides within everyone's heart as the Paramatma. As such, just to protect the progeny of the Kuru dynasty, he covered the embryo of Athura by his personal energy, thus saving Athura and her son, baby Pariksit, in her womb. It is not difficult for Lord Krishna, since by his own transcendental energy he creates, maintains, and annihilates all material things, although he himself is unborn. Thus saved from the radiation of the Brahmastra, Kunti, the chaste devotee of the Lord, and her 5 sons and Draupadi addressed Lord Krishna as he started for home.
Kunti said, O Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you because you are the original personality and are unaffected by the qualities of the material world. You have protected my children and me from a series of constant dangers. And now you have saved us from the weapon of Asvatthama. Brahma, who is your son, prayed for you, and so you have appeared to diminish trouble on earth. Those who continuously hear, chant, and repeat your transcendental activities, or take pleasure in others doing so, certainly see your lotus feet, which alone can stop the repetition of birth and death. O my Lord, you have executed all duties yourself. Are you leaving us today, though we are completely dependent on your mercy and have no one else to protect us? Our kingdom is now being marked by the impressions of your feet, and therefore it appears beautiful. But when you leave, it will no longer be so. All these cities and villages are flourishing in all respects because the herbs and grains are in abundance, the trees are full of fruits, the rivers are flowing, the hills are full of minerals, and the oceans full of wealth. And this is all due to your glancing over them. You are the destroyer of those political parties which are disturbing elements on this earth. Your prowess never deteriorates. You are the proprietor of the transcendental abode, and you descend to relieve the distresses of the cows, the Brahmins, and the devotees. You possess all mystic powers, and you are the preceptor of the entire universe. You are the Almighty God, and I offer you my respectful obeisances.
Yudhishthir Maharaj also prayed to Lord Krishna to stay. So Lord Krishna did for few more months. Lord Krishna, Yudhishthir Maharaj and his brothers, great sages, and more went to see Bhisma, who was lying on the bed of arrows. Bhisma Dev, being a great devotee of Lord Krishna, did not want to leave the material world without seeing Lord Krishna face to face. Due to a promise, Bhisma Dev was stuck on the bad side. So this is why he was in this situation. Because Bhisma Dev was empowered by Lord Krishna, he had great yogic powers, and thereby was able to leave this material world whenever he wanted to. While looking at Lord Krishna, he said many beautiful prayers. Here are few of the many prayers.
Bhisma said,
Sri Krishna is no other than the inconceivable, original personality of Godhead, Lord Shiva, Narada the sage amongst the demigods, and Kapila, the incarnation of Godhead, all know very confidentially about his glories through direct contact. May my Lord, whose beautifully decorated lotus face, with eyes as red as the rising sun, is smiling, kindly await me at that moment when I quit this material body.
By pure meditation, looking at Lord Sri Krishna, he at once was freed from all material inauspiciousness and was relieved of all bodily pains caused by the arrow wounds. He prayed to Lord Krishna. Bhismadeva said,
Let me now invest my thinking, feeling, and willing, which were so long engaged in different subjects and occupational duties, in the all-powerful Lord Sri Krishna. He is always self-satisfied, but sometimes, being the leader of the devotees, he enjoys transcendental pleasure by descending to the material world, although from him only the material world is created. Fulfilling my vow and sacrificing his own promise, he got down from the chariot, took up its wheel, and ran towards me hurriedly.
Lord Krishna promised before the beginning of the battle of Kurukshetra that he would remain without weapons and would not use his strength for either of the parties. But to protect Arjuna, he got down from the chariot, took up the wheel of the chariot, and hurriedly rushed at Bhismadev in an angry mood. Remember, Bhismadev was fighting on the wrong immoral side because of a promise. So, a person has to be careful to not be on the wrong immoral side like Duryodhan. Yet, because Bhismadev was a devotee of Lord Krishna, he was not killed by Lord Krishna, and at the same time Arjuna, a great devotee of Lord Krishna, was not killed either. Bhismadev, who at once gave up his weapons and stood to be killed by Krishna for being on the immoral side due to a promise, was not killed. Lord Krishna knows that a devotee always wants to do the right moral things, so he understood Bhisma's heart. The fighting of the day was thus ended at that very moment, and Arjuna was saved. Of course, there was no possibility of Arjuna's death because the Lord himself was on the chariot, but because Bhismadev wanted to see Lord Krishna take up some weapon to save his friend, the Lord created this situation, making Arjuna's death appear imminent. He stood before Bhismadev to show him that his promise was fulfilled and that he had taken up the wheel.
At the moment of death, let my ultimate attraction be to Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. I concentrate my mind upon the chariot driver of Arjuna, who stood with a whip in his right hand and a bridle rope in his left, who was very careful to give protection to Arjuna's chariot by all means. Those who saw him on the battlefield of Kurukshetra attained their original forms after death. Let my mind be fixed upon Lord Sri Krishna, whose motions and smiles of love attracted the gopis. The damsels imitated the characteristic movements of the Lord after his disappearance from the Rasa dance. At the Rajasuyajna sacrifice performed by Maharaja Yudhishthir, there was the greatest assembly of all the elite men of the world. the royal and learned orders, and in that great assembly, Lord Sri Krishna was worshipped by one and all as the most exalted personality of Godhead. This happened during my presence, and I remembered the incident in order to keep my mind upon the Lord. Now I can meditate with full concentration upon that one Lord, Sri Krishna, now present before me, because now I have transcended the misconceptions of duality in regard to his presence in everyone's heart, even in the hearts of the mental speculators. He is in everyone's heart. The sun may be perceived differently, but the sun is one.
Then, Vismadev merged himself in the Supersoul, Lord Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, with his mind, speech, sight, and actions. Both men and demigods sounded drums in honor, and the honest royal order commenced demonstrations of honor and respect. And from the sky fell showers of flowers. By Lord Krishna's blessings, during the reign of the moralistic Maharaja Yudhishthir, the clouds showered all the water that people needed, and the earth produced all the necessities of man in profusion. Due to its fatty milk bag and cheerful attitude, the cow used to moisten the grazing ground with milk. The rivers, oceans, hills, mountains, forests, creepers in every season paid their tax quota to the king in profusion. Because of the kings having no enemy, the living beings were not at any time disturbed by mental agonies, diseases, or excessive heat or cold. Sri Hari, Lord Sri Krishna, resided at Hastinapura for a few months to pacify his relatives and please his own sister, Subhadra. Afterwards, when the Lord asked permission to depart, being embraced by Yudhishthir and others and receiving their obeisances, Lord Krishna got into his chariot. At that time Subhadra, Draupadi, Kunti, Mathura, Gandhari, Dara, Yuyutsu, Akraya, Nakula, Satyava, Bhimasena, Daumya, and Satyavdi all nearly fainted because it was impossible for them to bear separation from Lord Krishna. The intelligent, who have understood the Supreme Lord in association with pure devotees and have become freed from bad materialistic association, can never avoid hearing the glories of the Lord, even though they have heard them only once. How then could the Pandavas tolerate his separation, for they had been intimately associated with his person, seeing him face to face, conversing with him, sitting and dining with him? All their hearts were melting for him. They looked at him without blinking their eyes, and they moved hither and thither in perplexity. The female relatives, whose eyes were flooded with tears out of anxiety for Krishna, came out of the palace. They could stop their tears only with great difficulty. They feared that tears would cause misfortune at the time of departure. While the Lord was departing from the palace of Hastinapura, different types of drums and flutes of different types sounded together to show him honor. Out of a loving desire to see the Lord, the royal ladies of the Kurus got up on top of the palace, and smiling with affection and shyness, they showered flowers upon the Lord. At that time Arjuna, the great warrior and conqueror of sleep, who is the intimate friend of the most beloved Supreme Lord, took up an umbrella which had a handle of jewels and was embroidered with lace and pearls. Adhava and Satyaki began to fan the Lord with decorated fans, and the Lord, as the master of Madhu, seated on scattered flowers, commanded them along the road. Absorbed in the thought of the transcendental qualities of the Lord, who is sung in select poetry, the ladies on the roofs of all the houses of Hastinapura began to talk of him. This talk was more attractive than the hymns of the Vedas. They said,
"Here he is, the original personality of Godhead as we definitely remember him. He alone existed before the manifested creation of the modes of nature, and in him only, because he is the Supreme Lord, all living beings merge as if sleeping at night, their energy suspended."
The personality of Godhead, again desiring to give names and forms to his parts and parcels, the living entities, place them under the guidance of material nature. By his own potency, material nature is empowered to recreate.
Here is the same Supreme Personality of Godhead whose transcendental form is experienced by the great devotees who are completely cleansed of material consciousness by dint of rigid devotional service and full control of life and the senses. And that is the only way to purify existence.
Oh, dear friends, here is that very personality of Godhead whose attractive and confidential pastimes are described in the confidential parts of Vedic literature by his great devotees. It is he only who creates, maintains, and annihilates the material world, and yet remains unaffected.
Whenever there are kings and administrators living like animals in the lowest modes of existence, the Lord in his transcendental form manifests his supreme power, the truth positive, shows special mercy to the faithful, performs wonderful activities and manifests various transcendental forms as is necessary in different periods and ages.
Oh, how supremely glorified is the dynasty of King Yadu, and how virtuous is the land of Mathura, where the supreme leader of all living beings, the husband of the goddess of fortune, has taken his birth and wandered in his childhood.
Undoubtedly, it is wonderful that Dvaraka has defeated the glories of the heavenly planets and has enhanced the celebrity of the earth. The inhabitants of Dvaraka are always seeing the soul of all living beings Krishna in his loving feature. He glances at them and favors them with sweet smiles.
While the ladies of the capital, Hastinapura, were greeting him and talking in this way, the Lord, smiling, accepted their good greetings and casting the grace of his glance over them, he departed from the city. Maharaja Yudhishthir, although no one's enemy, engaged 4 divisions of defense, horse, elephant, chariot, and army, to accompany Lord Krishna, the enemy of the Asura's demons. The Maharaja did this out of affection for the Lord. Out of profound affection for Lord Krishna, the Pandavas, who were of the Kuru dynasty, accompanied him a considerable distance to see him off. They were overwhelmed with the thought of future separation. The Lord, however, persuaded them to return home, and he proceeded towards Dvaraka with his dear companions. Lord Krishna, upon reaching the border of his most prosperous metropolis, Dvaraka, sounded his auspicious conch shell, heralding his arrival and apparently pacifying the inhabitants of Dvaraka. The citizens of Dvaraka, having heard that sound, began to run towards him fast, just to have a long-desired audience with the Lord, who is the protector of all devotees. The citizens arrived before the Lord with their respective presentations, offering them to the fully satisfied and self-sufficient one, who, by his own potency, incessantly supplies others. These presentations were like the offering of a lamp to the sun. Yet the citizens began to speak in ecstatic language to receive the Lord, just as wards welcome their guardian and father. The citizens said,
O Lord, you are worshipped by all demigods like Brahma, the 4 Sanas, and even the King of Heaven.
You are the ultimate rest for those who are really aspiring to achieve the highest benefit of life. You are the supreme transcendental Lord. An inevitable time cannot exert its influence upon you.
O Creator of the universe, you are our Mother, Well-Wisher, Lord, Father, Spiritual Master, and Worshipable Deity. By following in your footsteps, we have become successful in every respect. We pray, therefore, that you continue to bless us with your mercy. Oh, it is our good luck that we have come again today under your protection by your presence, for your Lordship rarely visits even the denizens of heaven. Now it is possible for us to look into your smiling face, which is full of affectionate glances. We can now see your transcendental form, full of all auspiciousness. O lotus-eyed Lord, whenever you go away to Mathura or Hastinapura to meet your friends and relatives, every moment of your absence seems like millions of years. O infallible one, at that time our eyes become useless, as if bereft of sun.
O Master, if you live abroad all the time, then we cannot look at your attractive face, whose smiles vanquish all our sufferings. How can we exist without your presence?
Upon hearing their speeches, the Lord, who is very kind to the citizens and the devotees, entered the city of Dvaraka and acknowledged all their greetings by casting his transcendental glance over them. The city of Dvarakapuri was filled with the opulences of all seasons. There were hermitages, orchards, flower gardens, parks, and reservoirs of water breeding lotus flowers all over. The city gateway, the household doors, and festooned arches along the roads were all nicely decorated with festive signs like plantain trees and mango leaves, all to welcome the Lord. Flags, garlands, and painted signs and slogans all combined to shade the sunshine. The highways, subways, lanes, markets, and public meeting places were all thoroughly cleansed and then moistened with scented water. And to welcome the Lord, fruits, flowers, and unbroken seeds were strewn everywhere. In each and every door of the residential houses, auspicious things like curd, unbroken fruits, sugarcane, and full water pots with articles for worship, incense, and candles were all displayed. On hearing that the most dear Krishna was approaching Dvarakadalma, magnanimous Vasudeva, Akrura, Ugrasena, Balrama, the superhumanly powerful, Pradyumna, Krutiya, and Samba the son of Jambavati, all extremely happy, abandoned resting, sitting, and dining. They hastened toward the Lord on chariots with burmas bearing flowers. Before them were elephants, emblems of good fortune. Conch shells and bugles were sounded, and Vedic hymns were chanted. Thus they offered their respects, which were saturated with affection. Expert dramatists, artists, dancers, singers, historians, genealogists, and learned speakers all gave their respective contributions, being inspired by the superhuman pastimes of the Lord. Thus they proceeded on and on. Lord Krishna, the personality of Godhead, approached them and offered due honor and respect to each and every one of the friends, relatives, citizens, and all others who came to receive and welcome him. The Almighty Lord greeted everyone present by bowing his head, exchanging greetings, embracing, shaking hands, looking and smiling, giving assurances, and awarding benedictions, even to the lowest in rank. Then the Lord personally entered the city of Dwarka. When Lord passed over the public roads, all the ladies from the respectable families of Dwarka went up to the roofs of their palaces just to have a look at the Lord. They considered this to be the greatest festival. The inhabitants of Dwarka were regularly accustomed to look upon the reservoir of all beauty, the infallible Lord, yet they were never satiated. The Lord's chest is the abode of the goddess of fortune. His moon-like face is the drinking vessel for eyes which hanker after all that is beautiful. His arms are the resting places for the administrative demigods. And his lotus feet are the refuge of pure devotees who never talk or sing of any subject except his lordship. Emperor Yudhishthir administered generously to everyone during his reign. He had no personal ambition and was freed from all sorts of sense gratification because of his continuous service unto the lotus feet of the Lord Sri Krishna. News even reached the celestial planets about Maharaja Yudhishthira's worldly possessions, the sacrifices by which he would attain a better destination, his queen, his stalwart brothers, his extensive land, his sovereignty over the planet Earth, his fame, etc. The opulence of the king was so enchanting that the denizens of heaven aspired for it. But because he was absorbed in the service of the Lord, nothing could satisfy him except the Lord's service. When the child Pariksit was in the womb of his mother, Uthara, and was suffering from the burning heat of the Brahmastra thrown by Ashvatthama, he could see the Supreme Lord coming to him. The Lord was only thumb-high, but he was all transcendental. He had a very beautiful, blackish, infallible body, and he wore a dress of lightning yellow and a helmet of blazing gold. Thus he was seen by the child. The Lord was enriched with 4 hands, earrings of molten gold, and eyes blood-red with fury. As he loitered about, his club constantly encircled him like a shooting star. The Lord was thus engaged in vanquishing the radiation of the Brahmastra, just as the sun evaporates a drop of dew. He was observed by the child, who thought about who he was. While thus being observed by the child, the Supreme Lord Personality of Godhead, the super-soul of everyone and the protector of the righteous, who stretches in all directions and who is unlimited by time and space, disappeared at once. Thereupon, when all the good signs of the zodiac gradually evolved, the grandson of Arjuna and the son of Abhimanyu, Pariksit, took birth. King Yudhishthira, who was very satisfied with the birth of Maharaja Pariksit, had the purificatory process of birth performed by learned Brahmins. Upon the birth of Pariksit, Yudhishthir Maharaj, who knew how, where, and when charity should be given, gave gold, land, villages, elephants, horses, and good food grains to the Brahmins. The learned Brahmins were very satisfied with the charities of the king. Lord Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, being invited to Parikshit's birth ceremonies by Maharaja Yudhishthir, saw to it that they were performed by qualified, twice-born Brahmins. After that, for the pleasure of the relatives, the Lord remained a few months. Thereafter the Lord, having bade farewell to King Yudhishthir, through Padi and other relatives, started for the city of Dvaraka, accompanied by Arjuna and other members of the Yadu dynasty. Lord Krishna repeatedly demonstrated how one can achieve the objectives of religiosity, economic development, and regulated sense gratification. The demons, who had been killed in past ages in battles between the demigods and demons, took birth among human beings and arrogantly harassed the general populace. To subdue these demons, Lord Hari told the demigods to descend into the dynasty of Yadu. Because Lord Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, the Yadu dynasty of demigods accepted him as their ultimate authority. And among them, all those who were his intimate associates especially flourished. To protect the principles of devotional service to himself, Lord Krishna, the best of the Yadus, accepts the pastime forms that have been glorified here in the Srimad Bhagavatam. One who desires to faithfully serve his lotus feet should hear of the activities he performs in each of these incarnations, activities that suitably imitate those of the forms he assumes. Hearing narrations of these pastimes destroys the reactions to fruitive work. By regularly hearing, chanting, and meditating on the beautiful topics of Lord Krishna with ever-increasing sincerity, a mortal being will attain the divine kingdom of the Lord, where there is no death. Lord Sri Krishna, accompanied by Balrama and surrounded by the Yadu dynasty, executed the killing of many demons. Unfathomable Lord thought to himself,
Although some may say that the earth's burden is now gone, in my opinion it is not yet gone, because there still remains the Yadu dynasty itself, whose strength is unbearable for the earth. No outside force could ever bring about the defeat of this family, the Yadu dynasty. But if I inspire a quarrel within the dynasty, that quarrel will act just like a fire created from the friction of bamboo in a grove, and then I shall achieve my real purpose and return to my eternal abode.
Lord Sri Krishna himself could detect that there was further danger from the irreligious activities of his own family members, Yadu dynasty, who were acting improperly. It is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam that a just king will refuse to punish his own enemy if his enemy is innocent, but will punish his own son if his son actually deserves punishment. Thus, although in the eyes of the world the members of the Lord's own dynasty are always worshipable, Lord Krishna detected that by their intimate association with him some members of the Yadu dynasty had become indifferent to his will. Since such whimsical members of the Yadu dynasty could act freely, being relatives of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they would surely cause great misfortune for the world, and foolish persons would take such whimsical behavior to be the will of Krishna. Thus the Lord, whose desires are inconceivable, began to consider the need to annihilate the indifferent, contemptuous members of the Yadu family. When the Supreme Almighty Lord had thus made up his mind, he withdrew his own family on the pretext of a curse spoken by an assembly of Brahmins. Lord Krishna respectfully sent sages, who were in Dvarka with him, to a holy place called Dvaraka. To that holy place, the young boys of the Yadu dynasty had brought Samba, son of Lord Krishna, dressed in woman's garb. Playfully approaching the great sages gathered there, the boys grabbed hold of the sages' feet and impudently asked them with fake humility,
"O learned Brahmins, this black-eyed pregnant woman has something to ask you. She is too embarrassed to inquire for herself. She is just about to give birth and is very desirous of having a son. Since all of you are great sages with infallible vision, please tell us whether her child will be a boy or a girl."
Thus ridiculed by deceit, the sages became angry and told the boys,
"Fools, she will bear you an iron club that will destroy your entire dynasty."
Upon hearing the curse of the sages, the terrified boys quickly uncovered the belly of Samba, and indeed they observed that therein was an iron club. The young men of the Yadu dynasty said,
"Oh, what have we done? We are so unfortunate. What will our family members say to us?"
Speaking thus and being very disturbed, they returned to their homes, taking the club with them. The Yadu boys, The luster of their faces completely faded, brought the club into the royal assembly, and in the presence of all the Yadavas they told King Ugrasena what had happened. When the inhabitants of Dvaraka heard of the infallible curse of the Brahmins and saw the club, they were astonished and distraught with fear. After having the club ground to bits, King Ugrasena of the Yadas personally threw the pieces, along with the remaining lump of iron, into the water of the ocean. A certain fish swallowed the iron lump, and the bits of iron, carried back to the shore by the waves, implanted themselves there and grew into tall, sharp canes. The fish was caught in the ocean along with other fish in a fisherman's net. The iron lump in the fish's stomach was taken by the hunter Jara, who fixed it as an arrowhead at the end of his shaft. Knowing fully the significance of all these events, the Supreme Lord Krishna, though capable of reversing the Brahmin's curse, did not wish to do so. Rather, in his form of time, he gladly sanctioned the events. Sage Narad was in Dvarka. Narad Muni spoke about many important things to Vasudev. Here are a few things Narad Muni said.
In the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship Lord Krishna.
Lord Brahma then set off for Dvaraka, accompanied by his own sons as well as by the demigods and the great Prajapatis. Lord Shiva also went. Lord Indra, along with other demigods, the great sages, and other great beings arrived at the city of Dvaraka, hoping to see Lord Krishna. By his transcendental form, Krishna, the Supreme Lord, enchanted all human beings and spread his own fame throughout the worlds. The Lord's glories destroy all contamination within the universe. In that resplendent city of Dvaraka, rich with all superior opulences, the demigods beheld with unsatiated eyes the wonderful form of Sri Krishna. The demigods covered the Supreme Lord of the universe with flower garlands brought from the gardens of heaven. Then they praised him, the best of the Yada dynasty, with statements containing charming words and ideas. Here are a few of the many praises.
Our dear Lord, advanced mystic yogis, striving for liberation from the severe bondage of material work, meditate with great devotion upon your lotus feet within their hearts. Dedicating our intelligence, senses, vital air, mind and power of speech to your lordship, we demigods bow down at your lotus feet. O Lord, you are the supreme creator of this universe and the ultimate controller of all moving and non-moving living entities. You are Ki, the supreme controller of all sensory activity, and thus you never become contaminated or entangled in the course of your supervision of the infinite sensory activities within the material creation. The nectar-bearing rivers of discussions about you, and also the holy rivers generated from the bathing of your lotus feet, are able to destroy all contamination within the three worlds. Those who are striving for purification associate with the holy narrations of your glories by hearing them with their ears, and they associate with the holy rivers flowing from your lotus feet by physically bathing in them.
Lord Brahma said,
My dear Lord, previously we requested you to remove the burden of the earth. O unlimited personality of Godhead, that request has certainly been fulfilled. My Lord, you have re-established the principles of religion among pious men who are always firmly bound to the truth. You have also distributed your glories all over the world, and thus the whole world can be purified by hearing about you. Descending into the dynasty of King Yadu, you have manifested your unique transcendental form, and for the benefit of the entire universe, you have executed magnanimous transcendental activities. My dear Lord, those pious and saintly persons who in the age of Kali hear about your transcendental activities and also glorify them will easily cross over the darkness of the age. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O my Lord, you have descended into the Yada dynasty, and thus you have spent 125 autumns with your devotees. My dear Lord, there is nothing remaining at this time for your lordship to do on behalf of the demigods. You have already withdrawn your dynasty by the curse of the Brahmins. O Lord, you are the basis of everything, and if you so desire, kindly return now to your own abode in the spiritual world. At the same time, we humbly beg that you always protect us. We are your humble servants, and on your behalf we are managing the universal situation. We, along with our planets and followers, require your constant protection.
I understand your prayers and request. Having removed the burden of the earth, I have executed everything that was required on your behalf. That very Yadu dynasty in which I appeared became greatly magnified in opulence. especially in their physical strength and courage, to the extent that they threaten to devour the whole world. Therefore I have stopped them, just as the shore holds back the great ocean. If I were to leave this world without withdrawing the overly proud members of the Yadu dynasty, the whole world would be destroyed by the deluge of their unlimited expansion. Now, due to the Brahmana's curse, the annihilation of my family has already begun. O sinless Brahma, when this annihilation is finished and I am en route to Vaikuntha, I will pay a small visit to your abode.
Then, Lord Brahma bowed down in obeisances at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, along with the other demigods within this universe. Who receives this narration with great faith is assured of liberation. Lord Sri Krishna advised the Yadu dynasty heroes to abandon Dvaraka and go to Prabhasa on the bank of the Sarasvati. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said,
Women, children, and older men should leave this city and go to Sankadar. Us other men shall go to Prabhasa, where the river Sarasvati flows toward the west.
Having heard these words from Lord Krishna, the elders of the Yadu dynasty gave their assent, saying, So be it. After crossing over the ocean in boats, they proceeded on chariots to Prabhasa. At Prabhasa, the Yadu heroes became absorbed in festivity, and by the illusory power of Lord Krishna, they became intoxicated from drinking the sweet Maria beverage, which can completely intoxicate the mind. Thus, losing their intelligence, they quarreled among themselves and began killing one another using bamboo sticks, until not one man was left alive. Another lesson from this is to not drink intoxicants. Afterward, Sri Baladev went to the shore of the ocean and by the mystic strength of yoga disappeared and went to the spiritual world and amalgamating back into his original form with Lord Krishna. The original form of Lord Balaram is always in the spiritual world with Lord Krishna. That form never leaves. Only the duplicated form leaves. Seeing the disappearance of Baladev from earth, Lord Sri Krishna sat down silently upon the ground. Then a person named Jara pierced Lord Krishna's foot with an arrow. Jara immediately understood his mistake and, falling at the feet of Lord Sri Krishna, begged to be punished. In reply, Lord Krishna told him this happened according to his own desire. Lord Krishna said,
My dear Jara, do not fear. Please get up. What has been done is actually my own desire. With my permission, go now to the abode of the pious, the spiritual world.
Remember, Jara wanted to be punished for what he did, but Lord Krishna understood Jara's heart being sincere. Since Jara was in direct contact with Lord Krishna, he became blessed to go to the spiritual world. So, instructed by the Supreme Lord Krishna, who assumes his transcendental body by his own will, Jara circumambulated the Lord 3 times and bowed down to him. Then, Jara departed in an airplane that had appeared just to carry him to the spiritual sky. At that time, Dwaraka was searching for his master, Krishna. As he neared the place where the Lord was sitting, he perceived the aroma of tulsi flowers in the breeze and went in its direction. Upon seeing Lord Krishna resting at the foot of a banyan tree, surrounded by his shining weapons, Dwaraka could not control the affection he felt in his heart. His eyes filled with tears as he rushed down from the chariot and fell at the Lord's feet. Dwaraka said,
Just as on a moonless night people are merged into darkness and cannot find their way, now that I have lost sight of your lotus feet, my Lord, I have lost my vision and am wandering blindly in darkness. I cannot tell my direction, nor can I find any peace.
While the chariot driver was still speaking, before his very eyes the Lord's chariot rose up into the sky along with its horses and its flag, which was marked with the emblem of Garuda. All the divine weapons of Vishnu rose up and followed the chariot. Lord Krishna then spoke to his chariot driver, who was most astonished to see all this.
Dwaraka, go to Dvaraka and tell our family members how their loved ones destroyed one another. Also tell them of the disappearance of Baladev and of my present condition. You and your relatives should not remain in Dvaraka, the capital of the Yadus, because once I have abandoned that city it will be inundated by the ocean. You should all take your own families, together with my parents, and under Arjuna's protection go to Indraprastha. You, Dwaraka, should be firmly situated in devotion to me, remaining fixed in spiritual knowledge and unattached to material considerations. Understanding these pastimes to be a display of my illusory potency, you should remain peaceful.
Thus ordered, Dwarka circumambulated the Lord and offered obeisances to him again and again. He placed Lord Krishna's lotus feet upon his head, and then with a sad heart went back to the city. Then, Brahma arrived at Prabhasa along with Shiva and his consort, the sages, the Prajapatis, and all the demigods, headed by Indra. As they were coming, all these personalities variously chanted and glorifying Lord Krishna. Crowding the sky with their many airplanes, they showered down flowers with great devotion. Seeing before him Brahma, along with the other demigods, the Almighty Lord closed his lotus eyes, fixing his mind within himself, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Krishna entered into his own abode. His original form always stays in Goloka Vrindavan planet. So his form can combine back into his original form or stay separated into many forms at the same time doing different things simultaneously. In the magnificent huge Goloka Vrindavan planet, there are many petals. Lord Krishna does various activities in his different forms as a child with his parents or with his friends. And in the central part of the lotus flower, Lord Krishna is with the gopis and Radharani. The spiritual world is way bigger than the small material world. There are innumerable other spiritual planets in Vaikuntha. Lord Krishna has many other forms in each and every planet. When a person is devoted to Lord Krishna, that person can enjoy with Lord Krishna in any of the spiritual planets. Most of the demigods and other higher beings led by Brahma could not see Lord Krishna as he was entering his own abode, since he did not reveal his movements. But some of them did catch sight of him, and they were extremely amazed. Just as ordinary men cannot ascertain the path of a lightning bolt as it leaves a cloud, the demigods could not trace out the movements of Lord Krishna as he returned to his abode. A few of the demigods, however, notably Brahma and Shiva, could ascertain how the Lord's mystic power was working, and thus they became astonished. All the demigods praised the Lord's mystic power and then returned to their own planets. Drums resounded in the heavens and flowers showered from the sky. Anyone who regularly rises early in the morning and carefully chants with devotion the glories of Lord Sri Krishna's transcendental disappearance and his return to his own abode will certainly achieve that same supreme destination.